Just going to cover the following topics like why Python, why Python, who can learn Python. So meanwhile, if you've got any queries, you can just type in the chat panel, right? Fine. Why Python? Who can learn Python? What are the prerequisites for learning Python, right? And how Python was built and how Python was derived, right? Python real-time applications. What kind of applications can be built by using Python? Python mostly used for developing what kind of applications? Python usage, who are using, which companies are using Python, and what are the applications built by using Python? Python features as compared with other programming, and reasons why Python is suddenly super popular, right? So Python is not a kind of technology which is very recently introduced. It was introduced almost 30 years ago, right? So why all of a sudden Python is suddenly super popular? Why all of a sudden Python is suddenly super popular, right? Okay. And Python scope and job market. What is the scope and job market for Python? Okay. Okay. Why Python? Python, observe here, Python, I define Python in 5 lines. I'm going to define Python in 5 lines, right? It's a general purpose programming, multi-programming features are involved, high-level language, interpretation language, user-friendly programming language, right? User-friendly programming. Fine. Observe. I'll just brief you one by one. General purpose programming. So general purpose programming before Python, right? We have got some languages like Pascal. We have got languages like Pascal, Fortran, COBOL, right? So if you observe this, these languages are purpose-based languages. These languages are purpose-based. They are not for all the purposes. They are for a specific purpose. These languages are used for a specific purpose. Yeah, is it for everyone, right? Can anyone please confirm once again whether my voice is clear or not? Just I got it. Okay. Can you please give a voice confirmation now, right?
Yes, sir, clear.
Fine. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, clear.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So we have got language like Pascal, Fortran, COBOL, right? These are purpose-based, not for all the purposes, right? They are purpose-based languages. So, but a language which is suitable for developing any type of application, we call such a language as general purpose programming language. General purpose programming language, right? Okay. Fine. Sampath P, just stop your video, please. Okay. So it's a general purpose programming language. Python is a general purpose programming, right? Any kind of applications like web applications, automation applications, gaming applications, embedded applications, desktop applications. So any varieties of applications can be developed using Python, right? Okay. Multi-programming, Python is a multi-programming, right? Multi-programming features are included, right? So Python has taken the features from different programming languages. It has taken the features from different, for example, I'll give a labor example, right? Before we go with this, right? So here multi-programming means, for example, a labor example. If you want to launch a new product in the market, if you want to launch a new product in the market, right, to attract the customers, right, what features you want to see within it. For example, you want to launch a new mobile phone into the market, what features you want to see, like the features what we see in different other mobiles, all the features in a single piece. If you are embedding all the features within a single piece, right, it's going to attract the customers. In the same way, python has got the features of different programming languages within it, so it's a multi programming. That's the reason we say python. Okay. So python is what? Multi programming. That's the reason we call python as a hybrid language. Python, we call python as a hybrid language, right? Okay. High level language. Next, python is a high level language, right? It's a high level language. Okay, observe here. Observe. There are two types of languages. Observe. Just I'm typing here. Two types of languages. There are two types of languages. First is like low level language and high level language. Low level languages and high level languages. Low level language and high level languages. What is the okay? Low level languages like assembly level or machine level language. Machine level or assembly level language, we say, right? Assembly level. So here these languages, assembly level or machine level languages, they are not human understandable. They are not human understandable. They are not portable. Secondly, they are not portable. And hardware. So what is it? Machine machine dependent. I can select machine dependent. They cannot run on all the hardwares and all the operating system, right? So this low level language cannot run. They cannot run on all the hardwares and all the operating systems. High level language like Python. If I discuss like Python, right? Python is a high level language. It's human understandable. It's human understandable. It's portable and machine independent. It can run on all the hardwares and all the operating system. So human understandable, portable, and machine independent. It can run on all the hardwares and all the operating system, right? Okay. So Python is a general purpose multi-programming, right? High level language. Interpreted language. Interpreted means line by line execution you are going to see for Python. So generally compilation languages, interpretation languages. Compilation means like C language, right? And executes the entire code at once, right? Interpretation executes statement by statement, which makes debugging easy, right? Python is a interpretation language. It's a cross-platform language which can run on any platform such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. User-friendly programming or programmer-friendly programming. Python is a user-friendly programming or programmer-friendly programming language which provides simple syntaxes. Which provides like normal English language. It's a user-friendly programming language which provides simple syntax which look like normal English statements. Okay. So Python, okay, Python is a general purpose. Any kind of applications can be developed, multi-programming features. That's why we call hybrid language, high level, human understandable, portable, and machine independent, can run on all the hardwares in OS, interpreted line by line execution, user friendly, simple and easy syntaxes, which looks like normal English statements. Okay. Who can learn Python? There is no prerequisites, right, for learning Python, that you need to have specific programming knowledge, right? So even without any knowledge, you can just update with Python. So with zero programming, or if you're from non-programming, right, you can update with Python, right? So Python syntaxes are little different as compared with other programming. So we'll be discussing everything from the scratch ground level to the advanced application oriented way, right? So so it doesn't mean that you need to have the knowledge of C and Java, no, right? Okay. How Python was built and how Python was derived, right? How Python was built and how Python was derived, right? Observe here. See, Python was built by taking the features from different other programming languages, right? Python was built by taking features other programming from other programming languages, such as, so from which programming languages Python has taken the features from? First, like procedural oriented programming, procedural oriented, like C language, example like C language, right? Yes. It has taken the features from this, and from object oriented programming, object oriented programming, it has taken the features from object oriented programming, example like C++. At that, when Python was introduced, there was no Java, so Java was introduced after Python. So even Java is also object oriented, but okay. Okay, you can say like it has not taken the features from Java, but Java is also object oriented. Okay. Scripting language, Python has taken the features from scripting languages, right? Like Linux shell script, example like shell script, it has taken the features from shell script, and it has taken the features from modular programming, it has taken the features from modular programming like modulo 3. So just like C, you can develop applications, just like C++, we can develop applications, just like shell script, we can write many scripts using Python and modulo 3, right? So if I talk about this Java, right, Java programmers or developers are strictly restricted to use only object oriented programming, right? Without object oriented programming, there is no Java programmer application. But using Python, right? With object oriented, without object oriented, with procedural oriented, with modular programming, we can develop many varieties of applications, right? Okay. Scripting languages, we can write many scripts using Python, automation scripts, especially in AWS, DevOps, robotics, right? We are writing many scripts using Python. As in modular programming, right? So as part of our course, I'm going to cover all this from the scratch. Procedural oriented, object oriented with Python, scripting and modular programming with Python, right? Fine. Example like modules. Python provides nearly like 89,300 inbuilt modules. Python provides for various domains, whatever domain you are from, right? Python provides a module. See, discussing about these modules, right? Okay. For data science, we have separate modules Python provides. Okay. For machine learning, right? Separate modules Python providing, like NumPy, So like Matplotlib, Pandas, NumPy, CP, Scikit-learn, right? Separate models Python is providing for this data science. So if you're from data science background, you'll be exploring only those 10 to 15 modules related to this data science and machine learning, right? Not all these thousands of modules. It doesn't mean that you need to have the idea about all these thousands of modules, right? Depending upon your domain, what domain you are from that domain related modules you are going to explore, right? And if you're from big data background, right, the big data related modules, Python provides model for big data environment, right? Those models you are going to explore. Even for networking or testing, right? For networking, Python provides separate modules for every domain. Separate modules Python is providing, right? Okay, for testing or for test cases, separate models Python provides. And even for databases, for each and every database, Python provides a model. If you want to connect with Oracle database, right? If Python wants to connect with Oracle database, separate module Python provides, like cx underscore Oracle, and you can connect with that Oracle. And by writing Python statements only, you can create tables, insert data, performing all that SQL operations, right? Just I'll write some 4 to 5 lines of Python statements. I will execute it. Go and check in your database, table gets created. Just again include one more line, just execute it. You can check that a row gets deleted, a row gets inserted, right? Everything by writing Python statements. And for every database, for MySQL, right, it has got a separate module called PyMySQL or MySQL.connector, right? Python, using which Python can connect with the database. Every database, for even like SQL server, right? PyODBC, it has got a module called PyODBC, whatever domain you are from, right? For example, for OS or OS kind of activities, for operating system kinds of activities, Python provides a module, a separate module Python providing for this, right? Yes. And for each and every file, right? For Excel files, I want to create an Excel workbook by just executing Python statements. Go and check at whatever location you are specified and whatever file name you have provided. You can just check a workbook, Excel workbook can be created. And I want to insert a particular Excel sheet into it. And I want to insert data into a particular Excel sheet. And I want to just read data from a particular Excel sheet. Everything is possible. Reading, writing data, creating Excel sheets by writing Python statements. We have got modules like Excel RD for reading, Excel SX writer for creating Excel files. So if you want to work with any file format, Excel files, CSV, comma separated values files, or for JSON files, JavaScript object notation, key and value pairs, right? JSON files or like XML files, any file formats. So we have got separate modules Python provides. For CSV, the name of the module is CSV. For JSON, the name of the module itself is JSON, right? Yes. And similarly, like for mathematical operations, we have got math module. And for statistical operations, we have got many stat models are available for statistics. And for generating graphs or reports, you want to generate some graphs or reports, any type of graph, you can generate any type of graph using Python. Normal graph, bar graph, histogram, scatter plot, stack plot, pie graph, any kind of graph. Okay, we have got separate module for this, like matplotlib for plotting and visualization, right? Okay. Yes. So in this way, just I have given examples of some of this, right? So in this way, whatever domain you are from, either you are from for computer applications, for non-computer applications, for civil applications, for electronics, like if you talk like MATLAB, we have got for, and for computer aided designing, CAD or 3D CAD. So Python providing modules for this different domains. We are just going to see, depending upon your domain, you are going to explore only those modules. But to explore that, to use those modules, to work with the modules, how to import them, different ways of importing, renaming them, reloading them, you need to have the knowledge on Python, right? Okay. So here and Python real-time applications. Next is like so modules. Because of this modules concept only, we have got the Python has got a great boom. You may ask that why Python is suddenly super popular. Okay, I'll just brief you those at the end of the session. Next, like Python real-time applications. So now I'm just going to discuss one by one application where exactly Python can be used. Python real-time applications. So first, Python is mostly used today, like Python mostly used in creation of web applications, right? Many web applications are getting developed using Python today. Python also has got frameworks like Django framework, Flask framework, Pyramid framework, Turbo Gear. In this way, we have got many frameworks Python is providing for different environments. So mostly used framework is Django, right? Django, right? So where it provides flexible options, flexible syntaxes, right? And it has got its own application server and its own database. And at a rapid speed, you can develop web application using Python. And also like programmers or developers are attracted towards Python because of its simple and easy syntaxes and very less coding. 100 lines of Java code approximately I can write within 15 lines in Python. 15 lines of Java code approximately I can write within 4 lines, right? Just I will show you by taking a task and implementing in this multiple programming languages, right? Okay. Apart from this, what are the other things you see, like what are the other applications where Python is mostly used today, like everything getting automated, right? Many automation applications like Python mostly used in automation applications. Java is never preferred within these automations, right? Means for implementing data science, machine learning, Java is not preferred. For robotics or for AWS DevOps writing automation script, Java is not preferred. So mostly Python is mostly preferred for this automation applications using technologies like data science, using technologies like data science, using technologies like IoT, using technologies like if you talk about the AWS or DevOps, right? Python is mostly preferred. So if I talk about this IoT, right? Just I'll be briefing about one by one application where exactly Python can be useful. So if I talk like IoT, right? Internet of Things. Today, if you see everything through internet, right? On online banking, online shopping, online exams, right? Online education, e-learning, online business like e-commerce, online communication like audio, video chatting, online gaming, online healthcare, right? So can say like you should have seen like smartphones and smart TVs. You are going to see like smart homes and smart cities, right, in the coming days, right, using this IoT, AI, data science. In a simple way, like IoT, if you want to define this IoT, it is a physical network or device embedded with electronics, software, sensors, and network connectivity for collecting data, exchanging data, and controlling the things from the place where you are, right? In a simple way, it's a system of systems forming a very large systems, means electronic devices connecting and communicating with each other, okay? Accessed by using a PC or a mobile, right? Okay. So here totally the coding, 90% of the coding in Python, right? Okay. Most of the coding in Python, writing the scripts. Okay. If we come to this data science, right? The prerequisite itself is Python. For learning data science, the prerequisite is Python. So like if I say within this data science environment, right? Everything deals with the data. Data has got experience, data has got future reference. Using data or data science, we perform data analysis, data predictions, data classifications, data clustering, data recommendations, data. Okay. So it's a blend of techniques, I can say. The main technique, what we see in data science, ML, machine learning, right? The main technique, what we see in data science, machine learning. Without entering into the technicals of this, let me just brief you where exactly Python can be used within this machine learning environment, right? Just so so it is an approach where we provide some patterns to an application. So just you are going to provide some patterns to an application. You're providing some data patterns to an application, making the application to predict. So machine learning, it is an approach where you are providing some data patterns to an application and making the application to predict in the fashion, automatic fashion, right? Okay. So here, I'll give a small example, right? A bank has got 1,000 customers. Out of this 1,000, 600 they are paying the loans regularly. 400 they are not paying the loans, right? Those who are not paying the loans, we call them as defaulters, right? So here, how you are going to train the application? So those who are paying the loans, right? They have got some common features like their age, their income, their financial status, all this. I'm grouping them as X features. And those who are not paying, right, and they have got some common features, I'm grouping them as Y features. Using X and Y features, I'm going to train the application by providing these patterns, based on which the application tomorrow it should predict like if 100 new customers approaching, right, to whom to approve and to whom to reject. If 30 people have got X features and if 70 has got Y features, the X features saying that they can pay the loans, Y features saying that they cannot pay. So approve the loans for this, reject the loans for this. Who is doing? Application. How application performing it? It got trained by providing patterns, right? The person who keeps on providing the patterns and trains the application, we call him as the data scientist. This is not part of our discussion, but what are the various ML techniques? Regression techniques, classification techniques, clustering techniques, recommendation techniques, pattern matching techniques. For all these techniques to implement, you require a language to implement or to code. To implement or to code this, right, you require a language. So Python is the mostly chosen, mostly used programming language to implement all these ML techniques, right? Fine. And apart from this, where Python can be used is within this big data environment also. Mostly widely Python is used in big data side, in big data environment, right? So just I'll take 1 minute or two, right, to this where exactly this Python is used within this big data. So you should have seen like big data, the name itself saying like huge volumes of data. You should have seen like the data storage, how the data is getting stored, like KBs of data, MBs of data, GBs of data, GB, terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, zettabytes, petabytes, sotabytes, so on, right? So from TB onwards, we say it as big data or huge data. You should have seen KBs or MBs or GBs or even TBs of data. Do you think like petabytes or exabytes of data, is it getting generated in the current world? If so, examples of petabytes of data generation, right? Yeah, if we talk about the social media like Facebook, right? In a minute, how many posts and videos are getting circulated? What is the data generated by Facebook in a minute? Not in MBs or GBs, right? So huge data, terabytes or petabytes of data. Not only like Facebook, right? Today, if we talk about any application generating huge data, if I take 1 minute transaction, right? In a minute, how many FB post, Facebook post, right? In a minute, how many Twitter tweets? What is the data generated by Twitter in a minute, right? Huge data, right? And if I talk like what is the data generated by Google in a minute, everyone just querying in the Google, right? Data generation. And if I talk about this YouTube, right? YouTube videos upload, everyone just they are uploading their videos in the YouTube, right? What should be the storage capacity of YouTube data generated by YouTube in a minute? And if I talk about millions and trillions of users using email or Gmail messages, right? What should be the storage capacity of it, right? Next, like bank transactions, millions of people, like millions of customers making multiple transactions per day, per hour, per month, per year. Each and everything need to be stored, right? Huge data getting generated. Even if you talk about this telecom transactions, or if you talk about this e-commerce websites like Amazon, Flipkart, all this, right? Everywhere you see like huge data is getting generated on an average, like Google generating 800 petabytes per month on an average. Means 800 into 1024 TBs. That is what the data generated by Google on an average in a month. So, okay. So we have got some big data tools for those. Big data technologies like Hadoop, big data Spark, right? Especially like Spark has got a very high boom today. Like these two languages, like sorry, these two technologies, right? Implementation goes in languages like Scala language, Python language, right? Spark with Scala, you say Spark with Python, you say like Spark with Python, like we say like PySpark. So, okay, in big data environment also like Python is used, Python is preferred, right? And even if I talk about this AWS DevOps, right? So it offers, if I talk about this AWS and DevOps, right? It offers a structural solution, right? In terms of automating the tasks in each of the stages in DevOps lifecycle, right? Okay. So in AWS and DevOps, Python is used in writing many automation scripts. So Python is one of the best scripting language. So where it has got many varieties of Python libraries, which allows to write automation scripts. Okay. So, and I'll just list out one by one the various other applications where Python is used now, right? It's for scientific applications. Python is used for scientific applications like scientific or numerical analysis, right? So even NASA is using Python today because of its multi features, hybrid features, right? So we can use Python accordingly. Apart from this, Python mostly used in GUI or animation applications. So we have got models like TK Inter, we have got models like PyQt for graphical user interface for graphical and animation applications, right? Apart from this, today like Python mostly used for game development, right? Lot of games getting developed using Python, single user, multi-user online games getting developed using Python, especially for developing games, right? Python providing a framework called Pygame. It's a framework given by Python, especially for developing games. Not only Pygame, we have got one more framework called Pykara. It's a framework given by Python for developing games. Apart from this, we have got some 3D rendering libraries like PySoy, especially for this gaming side. We have got many libraries available, many frameworks are available like Pygame, Pykara, and PySoy, right? And apart from this, Python can be used for testing or test cases. Okay, and it's also Python used for scheduling tasks. We have got Airflow for it, and for software development, Python is also used for software development, right? So, for example, software developers you make use of Python as a support language. So we use like Billbot, Apache Gump for automated compilation and testing, and Roundup Track for project management and bug tracking, right? Even for software development, so this Python is useful. Apart from this, like Python in business applications, In business applications also Python is used, right? Python is one of the best choice for developing e-commerce systems, right? So we have got like Triton, what is it, a three-tier high level general purpose application that developed using Python. Okay, now the one of the hottest application of Python, nothing but like database application, right? It Python can connect with any database like MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, okay, and we can perform those operations, right? And especially for network programming or for network applications, right? Especially Python providing a framework called Twisted Python means it's a framework for Python, especially for especially used for network programming of a network applications. So just like in big data environment, in scientific applications, GUI animations, in testing, scheduling, software development, business applications, in database applications, networking, and if I talk even for audio and video applications, Python. So we have got some applications, most famous applications like Team Player, C Play, or some of these applications built by using Python, right? It means I'm talking about audio and video. And for web scraping, we use Python. Web scraping, right? Scraping data from different website, harvesting data from different websites, right? Okay, if data is in database, we query it. If, in websites, we are going to scrap it, right? Even for embedded applications, right? Python is mostly used for embedded applications. So embedded applications, the most famous well-known embedded application which uses Python for its computing is Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is the most famous well-known embedded application which uses Python scripting, right? Okay. And for desktop applications, single user console applications, right? Python is preferred. Apart from this, not only for computer applications, I said, right, we have got separate models like computer aided designing CAD applications, right? For 3D CAD applications, Python is preferred. Next, like computer vision, right? Yes. For face detections, for color detections, right? We use this Python. Next, like data analysis. For data analysis, right? Python is mostly preferred. And even for robotics. So these are mostly used. These are the applications where Python is mostly used within this web applications, automations, in GUI, in gaming applications, in testing, in business, in database applications, audio, video applications, right? Fine. Who are using Python and top most? Okay, who are using Python explicitly, right? And top applications built using Python. So just I'm saying, right, who are using Python and top most applications built by using Python. So Google. Google is using Python for its web search systems. Yahoo is using Python. YouTube is using Python for its video sharing service. And Instagram built by using Python. NASA, I said like NASA using Python for its research and development activities. Uber using Python. Uber, right? Uber pricing algorithm you got. Okay. Uber pricing algorithm. So implemented by using Python, right? Uber. Next, so there are some applications built by using Python, like Dropbox built by using Python, Pinterest, right? By using Python, built by using Python. Okay, Quora, Quora, right? MMOG, massively multiplayer online games, massively multiplayer online games, right? Okay. Next, for example, a Maya, a powerful 3D animation, right? Uses Python scripting. Okay. Netflix using Python, right? Netflix. Reddit. For example, iRobot for military and commercial applications, right? Yes. And Iron Port email server product, Iron Port email server, right? Email server. It uses more than 1 million lines of Python code to do its job, right? And for hardware testing, companies like IBM, Seagate, Qualcomm, all this they use Python for hardware testing, right? So I was just saying like topmost applications built by using Python and who are using this Python, right? So Google is one of the greatest example of Python web application, right? So first the Google's web crawling was first written in Java, but it was so difficult. Later it was rewritten in Python. Okay, I was just saying that you are much aware about this Netflix, right? It's a classic example of Python choosing, okay, for a company choosing Python, right? Netflix, it uses some libraries, Python libraries, right? Such as CP, NumPy, right? To execute numerical analysis and for security automation, right? And if I talk like Dropbox, it's a home for all your documents, files, photos, and videos, right? So Dropbox was written in Python. Reddit, it is also a collection of social news, right? See here, Instagram also, right? Video sharing, social media networking platform. So the prime reason for Instagram to opt for Python is its efficiency and practicality, right? Okay. So these are some applications built using Python, right? Okay. Fine. Now, so just I'll take 5 to 10 minutes more, right? 5 to 10 minutes more, right? Okay. So just okay, observe this. Python comparison with other programming, right? Python comparison with other programming. Python comparison with other programming, right? So I'll just take now those who are from non-programming or zero programming, you can just observe this, right? I'll take a task and I'll try to implement in multiple programming languages. Accepting accepting true values from the user keyboard and performing addition. Accepting true values from the user keyboard and performing addition, right? I want this task to be performed. So first, two major programming languages you see, right? First, see if you go back from 10 years from now, right? Like if you say like 2010 or 2045%, the usage of Java in the industry, right? 45% Java is used. Python just 4% used. But if you go back like 2020, right? Java usage, Python usage 31%, Java like 19% used. So I'll just show you some graphs now. So to show you, like, I'll just open Google and show you this graph, right? The usage of Python and other programming language in the industry. So first task, accepting two values from the keyboard and performing addition. To just perform addition operation by taking the values from the user, right? Using Java, just observe this following code. If you've got knowledge in Java, you can just go through this following code, right? So just I'll take 10 more minutes before I go with how this, what is the course content I'm going to discuss. Okay, class sample. Public static void main string aux. Okay. Throws IO exception, right? Input stream reader ISR equal to new input stream reader. Okay. Buffered reader BR equal to new buffered reader. Input stream reader, buffered reader. Okay. So one second. Enter the first number, system.out.println. Enter the first number. So whatever number you are entering, right? You're asking to say enter the first number. Every statement ends with semicolon. Whatever number you are entering, taken as string format. br.readline method, readline, br.readline, right? So later I'm going to convert it to integer format. Int I equal to integer dot parseInt. Fine. So just I'll copy these 3 lines for the second number also. Just copy this. Copy this, enter the second number, right? Whatever number you are entering, taken as string s2 br.readline, right? Next integer dot parseInt of s2, right? Okay. So system.out.println, observe this system.out.println. I plus j, right? Okay. Closing this, right? This is the coding in Java, right? Okay. Fine. So if you know Java, right? This is the code in Java. But for the same code using Python, right? The same code using Python. So I don't know like how many of you have understood this code, right? So what is class, public static void main, what is input stream reader, buffer reader, even you can use scanner classes, right? System.out.println, enter the first number, read line, integer.parseInt. So it is too complex to understand this if it doesn't have basic knowledge of Java. So you're writing like 10 to 12 lines of code, right? 10 to 12 lines of code. The same code using Python, the same task using Python with not more than 3 lines. Just observe this code, the same task in Python. Directly I'm executing here, not more than 3 lines. And you can see they look like normal English statements. They are not as complex as other programming, right? Fine. X equal to input, enter value of X. Input, enter value of X. So just observe this coding of Python. Input, enter value of Y. Enter value of X, enter value of Y, print X plus Y, right? Print X plus Y. enter value of x, value of y, print x plus y, right? Okay. This is what the coding in Python. For the same task, this is the coding, right? So just I'll show you the execution, right? So enter value of x, just like Java, here in Python also, enter value of x, you'll enter some value. It will be taken as string type. So we need to convert to integer. Just to say int of, that's enough. In Java, we use integer.parseInt. Just here say int of, that's enough. So I said, everyone, you are able to understand this, right? Python statements, they look like normal English statements. In the first line, you are asking to input the value for x. Second line, you are asking to input the value for y. Print x plus y, right? Yes. So just I want to create a separate folder for this batch, right? I'll save all these programs within this. Okay. I'm creating a folder with the name 7p Python 7 p.m. batch. Okay. Within this, save this code, right? Any name, demo.py extension, just run this code, run and run module, right? Enter value of x 10, enter value of y 20. Sum is what? 30, right? Value of x is 10, value of y is 20, sum is what? 30. So this is what the coding in Python, right? This is what the coding in Python. Very simple and very easy to understand, right? Simple and just look like normal English statements, right? So, and finally, as compared with other programming, right? At the bottom search panel in Windows, just type cmd and go to this command prompt. Type Python here and say enter. Python interpreter gets opened, right? We can easily communicate with Python statement by statement. It gives response for each and every Python statement. For example, any valid Python statements you can type here, 3 plus 5, 5 into 8. It gives the response. X as 10, Y as 5. What is the X value? What is the Y value? No, we no need to define any data type here like int X, float Y, right? X plus Y, X minus Y, it gives the response, right? Yes. X equal to hello, print X into 3, X into 5 prints hello for 5 times, right? So in this way, any valid Python statements you can type and interact with it statement by statement. Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular, right? Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular. Now, based on the discussion what we had, right? So like, okay, just observe using Python. This was the code, right? Yes. From the discussion what we had from 1 hour, try to just brief me up. Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular. Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular, right? Try to say me the reasons. It's just I'm unmuting you all, right? You can just say me the reasons from the discussions what we had from the last 1 hour, right? I want the sessions to be interactive, right? It's not like me speaking and going off. I want the interaction. So here, as it is a demo session, right? But generally we will be going by step, very slowly, right? Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular, right? Which makes Python suddenly super popular. Yes, yes, Naresh, user friendly. Yes. So first, like, first thing is very less coding you are going to see, right? Very less coding. So like the programmers or developers are attracted towards Python because of its simple and easy syntaxes and very less code. Yes, yes, Asha Reddy, right? Code is very simple to implement, right? Yes. So very less coding. Simple syntaxes, yes, as you said, simple syntaxes given by Python. Just now I showed you one example, right? Very less coding. In the tomorrow session, I'll be showing you many other code snippets of Python, right? You can understand much better, right? And hybrid language, multi-programming features, hybrid features, right? Python has got. Okay. And just now you can easily interact with Python statement by statement, interactive mode, which you cannot see in other programming languages, right? Interactive mode. And I was showing you the all the applications of Python, right? Wide varieties of applications. It's not like purpose based, it is general purpose, right? Wide varieties of applications. Any kind of applications can be developed by using Python. Wide varieties of applications. And many built-in functionalities are libraries, many built-in libraries, right? Many built-in libraries, right? Okay, so these are the reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular. Very less coding, simple syntaxes, multi-programming or hybrid features, interactive mode, wide variety of applications, many built-in libraries, right? Okay, so like today, like Python is widely used. As I said, right, what are the various applications? It's not specific to a particular environment. So today Python is mostly used in every, so in every high-end technology, right, Python is used as an implementation language for implementing different domains, right? And okay, so if we talk like data science with Python, that is machine learning with Python, big data with Python, IoT with Python, right? Robotics with Python, AWS with Python, okay? Web applications creations with Python. So today Python is mostly widely used. Directly or indirectly, you are going to touch Python if you go to a software field. If you're an administrator or if you're a developer. For administrator, you are writing scripts like as compared with complex shell script, we can write Python script. We have got models like OS sys in Python, right? Even if you work with Linux OS, along with this Linux OS, right? Python comes as a inbuilt, no need of any separate installation within this Linux environment, right? Okay. So as of now, like there is a okay. Previously, like for Java, there is a tough competition, more competition, right? But we see very less people who has got great command in Python, right? So definitely, if you go for any kind of interview, you can crack it, right? So as part of our course, just I'm going to take like nearly like 80 to 100 hours, right? 80 to 100 hours for this course in brief, in depth. We'll be discussing each and every concept, right? Nearly 300 plus code examples. Just I'm going to explain you statement by statement, right? By just typing and showing, not like bringing some pre-written code or keeping some kind of PPTs won't work. So the session should be interactive, right? As it's a demo session, I was speaking, right, most of the time. But in a normal session, like it will be like interaction. Whatever statement I type, you people will be interacting with the expected output. What is the expect for the particular line? Not the output for the entire program, right? What is the output for that line, entire particular line, right? So we'll be discussing from the scratch ground level to the advanced level. So step by step, even I'll be showing you in the real time how to work with the IDEs, right? IDEs like PyCharm, Anaconda distributions, like Spider ID, Jupyter Notebook, okay, VS Code, Autumn. So I will be showing you step by step process, how to download them, how to install them, right? Parallelly, you people will be installing along with me step by step, right? Even if you got any error, you will be sharing your screen, right? I can see your screen. Check for the error, right? So from the starting from the basics of this Python, like data types, variables, operators, typecasting, flow control statements, if else, while, for loop, right? And collections, list properties, list indexing, list slicing, list functions, list methods, nested list modifications, like more discussion on this collections like lists, Tuples, tuple operations, their properties, their addresses, their functions, methods. Similarly for sets and for dictionaries. Functions in Python. So functional programming, different types of arguments, default, non-default, keyword, non-keyword arguments, and different types of functions like lambda function, like map function, filter functions, right? And modules in Python, modular programming, and different ways of importing, renaming a model, reloading a model from import, normal import, right? Package in Python, right? Errors in Python, exceptions in Python, exception handling in Python, right? File handling in Python, reading and writing data, right? Next, object oriented programming with Python, right? Each and every object oriented features in brief, like class, object, inheritance, polymorphism, like static, non-static variables, different types of inheritance, and multiple advanced modules in Python, right? Advanced modules like Python database connections, Python connecting with databases like Oracle, MySQL, performing different SQL operations, right? And multi-threading in Python, right? And regular expressions, extracting required data. And I'm going to show you some models related to different domains, some models related to data science like Pandas model, NumPy model, Matplotlib for generating different types of graphs. Some models related to databases, some related to data science, some related to big data, some models related to regular expressions, models related to multi-threading, some related to operating system, some models related to graphics, right? What going to be discussed as part of this, right? So step by step, in a statement by statement, everything will be discussing, right? So this is what the course content, nearly like 30 topics I'm going to discuss in brief. So at the end of this course, you'll be getting great command on this entire Python language. Observe this, starting from the basics. Python basics, operations, operators, IDEs in Python, operate flow control statements, loopings, lists, strings, tuples in Python, Python sets, dictionaries in Python, functions in Python, functional programming, different types of arguments, total functions in brief, modules in Python, different ways of importing, packages, errors and exceptions, file handling, regular expressions, object-oriented programming concepts in brief, Python database connections, Python date and time, right? GUI programming, some graphic modules also, operating system models, some Excel workbook, and some data science related models, data analytics, advanced concepts like iterator, generator, closer, and decorators, right? Web scraping, scraping data from different websites, working with different files. Apart from this, like introduction to this data science, models related to data science, Python pandas, Python matplotlib, Python numpy. So 30 topics in brief it is going to be discussed, right? Okay. So you'll be getting the syllabus copy tomorrow to your mail IDs, right? So like today you have joined that meeting by using a mail ID, right? So that mail ID will be getting that this syllabus copy. So everything in brief, right? So this is what as part of the demo sign. Okay, tomorrow and day after tomorrow also people can attend to see more on this Python, right? Step by step how we deal with this, right? So it was just a demo, like step by step installation of this IDs and Python other things, right? Okay. So if you got any queries, you can just go with your queries, right? Either through chart panel or through voice, you can ask your queries, right? Yes. So every session is a video recorded one. Every session is a video recorded. You will also be getting the recorded copy of the video that day itself. Sessions, every session to session, you'll be getting the recorded video. It's only viewable. It's not downloadable. It's we can only you can see view it, right? And clear notes will be provided every topic wise. You'll be getting the notes every alternate days. You'll be getting the notes to your Yeah. Any other queries, right? Any other queries from your side? Anyone? Okay, and even it doesn't mean that.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, yeah. One second, one second. I'll come back. And it's not mean that getting the output is not the criteria here. Even assignments and tasks I'll be providing, right? So please be in mute for some time. 1 minute, Bharat K.
Okay, sir.
So assignments and tasks also I'll be providing for every weekend on Friday, right? I'll be providing some kind of assignments and tasks to be worked with, right? Writing your own code so that it will build some kind of confidence in you. Yes. Yes. Now you can ask,
Hello,
right,
sir.
Bharat?
This is Surya.
Yes.
Sir, totally how many days class will be there, sir? What is the
Uh,
duration of this?
So the duration goes like 2.5 months, right? It will be like 2.5 months. So nearly like 80 hours course, right? 80 to 100 hours I'll be taking.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Naresh K, right? Okay, whatever it is. So Python is widely used today. Every like a software employee need to have the knowledge on Python. Directly or indirectly, you are going to touch Python, right? So not only like developers, even administrators also for writing scripts. So Python is one of the greatest choice for any beginners or learners or even for that experienced guys, right? Where we see Python implementation is different high-end technologies, right? Okay. So that notes everything I'll say whatever I'm typing everything I'll be forwarding you, right? Okay. Syllabus you'll be getting, yes, Siddharth. You'll be getting tomorrow to your mail IDs. Yes. Any other queries, right? Yes, Bharat, you were
Hello,
asking some. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
hello, sir. This is Venkatramlu. Hello, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Venkatram, you can go.
After completion of this course, are you refer to the job opportunities, sir?
So
Hello, sir.
one thing, Venkatramlu, right?
Okay.
Whenever you got command and that technology, right? Definitely, when you go for
Okay,
interview, right?
sir.
Compulsory, you can do that. You can crack that interview, right? The thing only is the levels. It's you attend some at least to 1 or 2 interviews. Just definitely you can get because we are spending that much of time, 80 to 100 hours on this with multiple code examples, right? From the day one itself, everyone, if you're spending, if you are testing the things practically, uh, okay, you are spending some time for just exploring the things of Python. Definitely at the end of the course, definitely one thing, if you're attending the course regularly, even no need to just revise, right?
Okay,
You
sir.
can directly go to the interview and just you can. So it's like
Okay,
everything
okay, sir.
practical oriented, nothing theoretical here. And yes, Ramasinna, right? It's a this is an offer batch, right? This is an offer batch. Yes, you are asking the fee details, right? Actually, the fee what it was like it's a an offered batch with only just 5K. The fees for this batch is only 5K,
Oh,
right? It's for an offer batch, right?
okay,
Fine.
okay.
Hello, sir. I have one
Yeah.
more question.
Yes.
So, what is the difference between Python full stack and normal Python?
So yes, 1 second. Python, you are learning the entire Python language, right? Python programming you are going to see in the
Mm-hmm.
full in the full stack, right? So web development, right? So you are going to for developing web applications, right? We have got framework like the Django framework,
Mm-hmm.
especially for web applications creations. Typical how to create a web
Mm-hmm.
application, you'll be
Yeah.
learning there. Well, how to
So,
create a web applications using HTML or all
mm-hmm.
this, right? Like interaction between Python database and that front end page, right?
Yeah.
Like
So,
how
is
the
this,
interaction. Yes. So
yeah, is this
some
more? Okay, okay.
for,
Sorry, you continue.
yeah, yeah, for those people who wants that right web development and Django framework, right? Especially I'll be taking some hands-on batch. There will
Mm-hmm.
be a hands-on batch separately. Those who want to create some web applications, right? You will be parallelly developing applications along with me separately. So
Okay.
first, for example, I'll be showing some 25 plus applications. Means
Mm-hmm.
first application you'll be doing
Mm-hmm.
parallelly along with me step by step, right? Once
Mm-hmm.
we are done with that first application, we'll go with the second, third, fourth application. That's where 25 applications will be developed. That is a separate batch will be formed for that hands of creating applications using the Django framework for web
Mm-hmm.
development, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Later I discuss about it, right? That is a batch I'll be taking separately. That's where you need to do along with me. You need to develop along with me step by step. So if you get any errors, I'll ask you to share your screen, right?
Yeah.
So step by step will be being that is separate, right? This is Python. You are going to see the entire Python programming class.
Mm-hmm. So this is for only for normal Python. It's not for full stack. The demo. This demo.
Here is this here what we are learning Python core programming, Python advanced programming, and Python application oriented models. I'll be discussing entire Python. That
Okay.
is like web development, right?
Mm-hmm.
Applications. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
So here you will be
And
learning the entire Python core. Here you will be learning Python advanced. You will be learning and application oriented models for various domains. You'll be learning, right?
okay.
Okay. For freshers, for those people, this is enough, more than enough. For experience,
Mm-hmm.
right? If those who have got experience, we want to go with 3 plus 4 plus, for those people, I suggest to go for that. But even freshers also, if you are interested and if you want to gain much knowledge now itself as a fresher using a command on this entire Python, right? You can also go for that. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. So here, yes, understood that. Yes, yes, shake, right? Classes will be from Monday to Friday. Saturdays and Sundays there are no classes, but sometimes at the end of that course, right, the last month, if possible, if I'm running out of days, I'll be planning some sessions on Saturdays. I'll be pre-intimating you about the timings, right? So on CSS, right? Yes, are we in the right? CSS cascading style sheets that for Python not required, but for web development you need to have that knowledge. But even if you prefer that course, right, it will be discussed that CSS topic, right? But here we are not going to deal with anything like CSS here, right? Yes, safe, yes. Once you got enrolled, once you people get registered, right, from that a group, a WhatsApp group will be formed where you can directly interact with me technically, right? Yes. For technical interactions, we'll have a group, right? Later, for those who have got enrolled, who got registered later after 2 days, right? Fine, right? Any other queries? So everyone try
So
to attend the session tomorrow and day after tomorrow, right?
tomorrow what
To
time?
see
Same
more on
time.
this, how this tomorrow also everyone follow the same timing, 7 o'clock, with the same link.
Mm-hmm.
You can join the session to see more like how step by step we go, the how the training levels goes, right?
Yeah.
And one more thing, yes, one more thing, yes, say yes. See the timing of the course. Once again, I'm repeating, right? This is the timing of the course. First 1 week, first 1 week or 10 days. The timing for 1 week, right? Or 10 days, it will be at 7 o'clock. But after 1 week or 10 days, the timing for the course will be at 8 o'clock. It starts at 8 o'clock, 8 to 9, right? But the first 1 week it goes the timing of the will go at 7 o'clock, but later the timing will be at 8 p.m., 8 o'clock in the evening, right? Yes, 8 to 9. Okay, it is pre-intimating. Okay, fine. Yeah, safe. Yes, Jagat, what was your query? Jagat. Yes, yes, Harsh. Anybody who wants, like, who wants to
Hello, sir.
write like a certification
Hello, sir.
programming with Python, certification with Python, even right, what is, I'll be taking some separation for the certification. What is the course for it? They'll be testing you with the core concepts, right? How is the performance measured? What are the syllabus? What are the question types? You see, right? Just I'll be demonstrating that. Yes, even yes, Harsha, right? So with that command you get from this course, after like 80 to 100 hours you spend, definitely you can work with those. And not only that, 300 plus code examples what I am going to provide, plus apart from that, nearly 100 nearly 200 code examples that you are going to work as assignments and tasks where you are going to get good comment on this, right? Yes, Sek, yes, Sek, if you want to work in Linux also, I'll be just demonstrating about how to work within the Linux environment, not a problem. How to run, you can use Windows, Linux or Mac OS, even if you got smartphone, within the smartphone also you can just execute this Python statements, right? Yes. Yes, after completion of entire Python, what language we need to learn for web development? Yes, Deepak, no need, just you can come for web development. For the web development, everything will be
We are
teachable. The
practicing
prerequisite for it
smartphones
will be.
or
Yes, you can write the code within the smartphone and execute the code, Python code within the smartphones also, right? Yes. Okay.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
shake, right? I'll be showing one at the end, right? Shake. Okay, fine. Any other query,
Hello,
right?
sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Can you
go
hear
ahead. I
me?
can hear you. Yes. Yes, Deepak Kumar, I can hear you, right? Okay, go ahead
Actually,
with your query.
yes, sir. Actually, I'm a very beginner in the programming. If I have completed my Python, then what the things need to create web
Okay.
page means web development.
What things? Okay, after doing this course, right? You want to go for web development? You're asking. So
Yes,
once
yes.
again, I'm saying web development, right? So for Python is the prerequisite for it. Python, you need to have the knowledge on Python, right? Later that how you are developing
Actually,
application.
sir, I
Yes.
don't have any programming language knowledge. That is why I'm asking.
See one thing. So clearly, I'm saying with zero programming knowledge, you can go with Python updation, and later if you want to go, you can also get updated with web development also without any knowledge. You can update because after learning Python in the web development, first the prerequisite will be discussed first. Later we go with that, right? The prerequisites
Okay,
required
sir.
for web
Thank you, sir.
development courses will be discussed as part of the course. Why? Because everyone doesn't have that knowledge. So
Okay, sir.
keeping all the student in point of view, we will be discussing, right? Fine. Even that HTML,
Okay, sir.
CSS,
Thank you, sir.
it will go, right? Okay.
I know, sir. I know, sir. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I know, sir.
Roadmap. Okay. Okay, fine, right? Okay. So we are running out of time, right? So I hope I'm done with your queries. If I'm done with your queries, then I'll sign off for today. Meet you tomorrow, same time at 7 o'clock with the same link, right? Thank you all for your time. Thank you. Meet you tomorrow. Good night.
good night.
Yeah. Good evening, all. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether my screen is visible or not, right?
Yes, sir, we can see that.
Fine, okay. So in the last session, just I was briefing you about Python, right? Okay. Has taken Python is a high level language, human understandable, portable, and machine independent, right? It was built it was built by taking the features from different other programming set like object oriented, procedural oriented, scripting, and modular, right? So this because of this multi features, we call Python as a hybrid language. So Python has got great boom because of this modules, 89,300 inbuilt modules Python provides for various domains. So modules for different domains, for data science, for big data, networking, right? Please be in mute. Okay. For testing and for each and every database, Python providing one module, right? Okay. For Oracle database, for MySQL, for SQL. Fine. And for each and every database, a model is provided, right? And for OS activities, for operating systems, right? For OS activities, separate model Python provides. Yeah. So for each and every file format, like Excel file, CSV, JSON, XML files, Python providing separate models using which we can create those files. We can read data from them. We can write data to those files. For mathematical operations, we have got math model. For statistics, like we have got stat models available, right? For generating graphs, or reports. For generating graphs and reports, yes. Any type of graph can be generated by using Python, like normal graph, bar graphs, histograms, scatter plots, stack plots, right? Any type of graphs can be generated by using Python, right? Fine. And Python real-time applications, like what kind of applications? Python real-time application, what kind of applications we can develop today by using Python? Like web applications, automation applications, using technologies like data science, IoT, AWS, or DevOps, right? For implementation, we go with Python. For big data, like Hadoop and Spark, especially Spark with Python, right? PySpark. For scientific, for GUI and animations, especially for gaming applications or game development, Pygame, Python is providing like a framework called Pygame, and one more framework like PyCora, and one 3D rendering libraries like PySoy, right? Yes. And for testing, for scheduling, for software development, for business applications, for database applications, for network applications, for audio and video applications, right? For web scraping, for embedded applications, desktop applications, for CAD applications like computer aided designing, right? Okay. The most famous embedded application like Raspberry Pi, and for desktop applications, single user console applications, we go for Python. For computer vision like face detection, object detection, right? We go for Python. For data analysis and for robotics, right? In this robotics, and who are using Python and which companies are using, and topmost applications built by using Python, right? So Google using Python for its web search systems, Yahoo using Python, YouTube using Python for its video sharing service, Instagram built by using Python, right? And NASA using Python because of its multi-feature support, Uber using Python, Uber pricing algorithm we consider, Dropbox, Pinterest. Quora, Pinterest, Quora, these are built by using Python. MMOG, massively multiplayer online games, built by using Python. And Maya, a powerful 3D animation, uses Python scripting. Netflix, right, using some Python libraries, right? Okay, like CP, NumPy, right? And Reddit, built by using Python. iRobot, like for military and commercial applications. Ironport email server for more than 1 million lines of Python code for doing its job, hardware testing. Companies like IBM, Seagate, Qualcomm, all this, they use Python for hardware testing. Python comparison with other programming, right? So like in 2010, Java usage was, but Python usage was very less in the industry, right? But 10 years later, so that Python, day by day, that Python usage is increasing a lot. And here, if you see this Java became like 19%. And yesterday I was just briefing you, right? Like if I take a task like accepting two values from the keyboard and performing addition, right? And here, if we see using Java, right? Using Java, right? Okay, observe this, right? Okay. Okay. So this is what the coding in Java, right? It looks a little complex to understand as compared. Okay. So the same task, I'm just going to implement using Python, right? Within 3 lines. This is what the coding in Python. Yesterday I showed you, right? The coding in Python. Enter value of x, enter value of y, print x plus y. That's it. It looks like normal English statements, not as complex as other programming, right? Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular, right? Very less coding in Python, simple and easy syntaxes, multi-programming features, multi-programming like hybrid features we see. Interactive mode, we can easily interact with Python statement by statement. Okay, wide varieties of applications, many built-in libraries. We have got many built-in libraries, right? Okay. Okay, reasons why. Okay. Fine. Now just observe. So 1 second. Ideally, right? Okay. So Python statements looks very simple and easy, right, to understand. Just observe this, right? Okay. As I was saying, so we have got many built-in functionalities available. Built-in functionalities available in Python. For example, if I'm taking some list of values in random values, right? 10, 30, 20, 10, 50, 40. I've taken some 5 values, right? Print X, it will print the entire list. Just observe the coding of Python, right? Print len of x. Len of x means length of x, right? Number of elements within that list. How the coding of Python looks like. Sum of x. Sum of x means sum of all the elements of that list x. Sum of x means sum of 30 plus 20 plus 10 plus 50 plus 40. Here 5 elements I have taken. Think that there are some 50 elements. It performs the sum of all the 50 elements, right? In the 50 elements, I want that max of x. Max of x. Maximum element, that is 50. Min of x. Min of x, right? Minimum element, right? Min of x. Sorted of x. Arranging all the elements in a ascending order, right? Yes. Sorted of x. Okay, I want in descending order. First observe this ascending order, right? Yes. First observe this result. I created a separate folder for this batch, right? Yesterday, like 7 p.m. batch, storing all the files in this run module, right? Run module, right? So all this list of values, len is 5, sum is 150, len is like max element is 50, min element is 10, 10 to 50, right? Okay. Okay, fine. So I want in descending order. This is in ascending order, right? If I want it descending order, sorted of x, sorted of x, right? Yes. Reverse equal to true, right? Yes. Sorted of x, arranging in a particular order. In ascending, you will get. If I reverse it, you will get in descending, right? Yes. Sorted of x means ascending. The ascending result, if I reverse it, you will get in descending order, right? Yes. Run module. 10 to 50, and here you got 50 to 10, right? Yes. And 50 to 10, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Fine. So no need to write huge codings here in Python. So len of x, sum of all the elements like max element, min element, sorted of x, arranging all the elements. So fine. So the importance of Python, right? Importance of Python, right? It has got modules, 89,300 inbuilt models Python providing for various domains, right? So like models consists of inbuilt features. You don't need to write huge codings. By importing those features, right, we can perform various operations. Okay, just I'll show you some sample examples, right? Yesterday some of them were asking, right? So if you are from, if you have got zero programming knowledge, or if you're from non-programming, right, you can just observe this how the statements of Python looks as compared with other programming, right? So here a commonly used module like import math module. Just observe this import math. What is present within this module or any other module, right? How will you check what is present within any module? Dir function, dir of math module, right? It prints the directory whatever present within this math module, dir of math. dir of math. Now observe next, check it. What is the output? What is the directory within run module? So we have got different functionalities. A variable like pi, a variable like tau, a variable like pi, a variable like tau. Okay, first try to print this pi value, right? Pi value, and there is a variable like e here. Math.py print math.e. Math.py math.e, right? Yes. Just observe this run module. Pi value is what? E value is what? Pi value is 3.14, E value is 2.71, right? Okay. Pi is 3.14, E is like 2.7. Fine. Now observe here. If you, for example, you don't know how to work within a particular functionality, right? You don't know how to work with this. There is a function, this is square root functionality. You don't know how to work with this square root. So there is a help function. Python provides help. There is a function called help function. So Python is going to help you with the syntax, right? Within the math model, we have got square root functionality. Sorry, math dot square root. Okay, math dot sqrt. Okay, if you have got any queries, you can ask me. You can unmute and you can ask me, right? Fine. Math dot sqrt. Fine. Run module. Help on built-in function square root in the module math. Square root expecting a value x returns the square root of x. It's expecting a value x, returns the square root. Whatever x value you are providing, it returns the square root of x. Means it is expecting one value, it returns that square root of that value, right? Print math dot sqrt of 16. Math dot sqrt of 16, right? Run module. Square root of 16 is what? 4, right? Yes. Still, if you want to work with any other function, right, like power function, right? Power POW. Help on which function, right? Within the math module. Within the math model, I want help on power function. Math dot power. Just observe this math run module. Help on built-in function power in module math. Power expecting two values x comma y returns x to the power of y. Power expecting two values x comma y returns x to the power of y. X to the power of y, right? Yes.
హలో సార్
Yes.
నౌ 8 కి క్లాస్ ఉందా ఇప్పుడైనా కంటిన్యూ 8 p.m. బ్యాచ్
8 p.m. match? No class.
ఓకే
Power of x comma y returns x to the power of y, let x to the power of y. Observe this. So we are supposed to provide two values, right? Run module, right? Power of x comma y, right? Returns x to the power of y, x to the power of y. Providing two, we are supposed to provide two values, x and y, right? It returns x to the power of y, x to the power of y, right? Math dot power, right? Math dot power, x value is 10, y value is 3, 10 comma 3, right? Yes. Print math.power 10 comma 3, 10 to the power of 3, right? Okay. Run module, right? Power of x comma y, right? Returns x to the power of y. Return x to the power of, see this 1000, right? 10 comma 3 I have given, 10 to the power of 3 is 1000, right? So in this way, any functionality, if you want, you can say help on that functionality. You can say math.power 10 comma 3, right? So in this way, for any module in Python, you can just say help on particular functionality if it doesn't, right? As for example, one more example I'll show you, right? Just observe this coding, how these Python statements are. Just observe the statements, what we have seen, right? Everything are just look like in normal English statements. And one more module I show you for your understanding how the coding of Python looks and the importance of module. I want to generate a graph using Python, right? Without having any knowledge, right? People doesn't have knowledge on Python. Just I'll make you understand how to generate a graph using Python, right? For that, import matplotlib. Import matplotlib. What is the module name? Import matplotlib is the module we need to import. Dot, within that we have got a built-in property called as pyplot. Import matplotlib dot pyplot. Matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, right? Import matplotlib dot pyplot as plt, right? Fine. You can do, what is this p? Okay, 1 second. Within this matplotlib, we have got a property called pyplot. Instead of using this very big name, right? I will use a shortcut name as plt, as plt. So p I can use any name I can use, right? You can specify any name. Now plt dot plot. For plotting a graph, you require two coordinates, right? For x coordinates one list, for y coordinate one list of values, right? For x coordinates like 1 comma 2 comma 3 for x coordinates, and for y coordinates also, right? 4 comma 6, 5 comma. So any values, right? X and y coordinates. So here matplotlib.pyplot as plt dot plot x coordinates and y coordinate, x coordinates and y coordinates, right? plt dot plot x and y, that's enough. This is what a graph is going to get generated. Just import the module plot function, x and y coordinates you can provide, and plt dot show. That's it. Control S, save it. Run module, right? Yes. You get a graph like this, right? A graph is this. Okay, I'm closing this. I'm closing this, right? Yes. For example, age-wise income for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, right? How are the incomes? Incomes are like this, means the salaries are like this, right? For 30,000. For 40 years, like 40,000. For 50, it is like 35,000. For 60, it is 50,000, right? Okay. plt dot plot 30, 40, 50, and this one, right? Okay. plt dot show. That's it. Now age wise, age and incomes, age and salaries, plot a graph, right? Yes. 30, 30,000, 40, 40,000, 50, 35,000, 60, 50,000, right? Yes, a graph is generated. You can see these values 30 to 60. Between the 30 to 60, the values, the coordinates are taken. 30,000 is the lowest salary, 50,000 is the highest salary. Between 30 and 50, the points are generated automatically, right? But observe here, a solid line graph in blue color, right? You got a graph, but I want some dotted line graph. Just give comma here and just say hyphen hyphen. You will get dotted line format. Run module. You will get in dotted line format, right? In this way, dotted line format. You got in dotted line format, right? Yes. Okay. But if I want some plotting, some plots, right? Just we have got different abbreviations, like instead of hyphen hyphen, keep, right? Just very simple how these statements look, right? So just only the plottings I kept over there. Only the points 30, 30,000, 40, 40,000, 50, 35, 60, 50. Only this. If you want some colors, right? If you want some colors, right? CO color equal to which color you want. By default, you got a blue color, right? The graph in blue color. Here a color equal to red color, I'm saying. Okay. Red color, right? Yes. Now, for example, blt dot X-axis, X label, right? X label, X-axis. What is that label? X label is age. Y label, I want PLT dot Y label. Y-axis label, right? Income. You can give any in this way, right? X label age, Y label what? Income. PLT dot X-axis label what you want, Y-axis label want, PLT dot title what I want, PLT dot title for this graph. So some sample graph, right? Okay, in this way. X-axis label, Y label, title, sample graph. Run module, right? Okay. Age 30, 30,000, 45, right? 40, it's like 40,000, 40, okay, observe this. For 50, 35, okay, fine. Observe here, age, X coordinate, X axis label, age, Y axis label, income, the title for the graph, right? Sample graph, right? In this way, you can just work with this graph, right? So it's simple, it looks very simple and easy, right? Like X axis, Y axis, title, and this generating graphs in Python. For example, plt.plot, if I say normal graph, plt.bar, bar here, bar, right? Bar graph, I'm going to get plt.bar. plt.hist histogram, I'm going to get histogram, right? Okay. Histogram. plt.stack plot, plt.stack plot, and plt.pie pie graph. Here, plot means normal graph, bar means bar graph, hist means histogram, PIA means pie graph, stack plot. So any type of graphs can be generated using Python, right? For example, if you want, if we complex graph also, you can just easily understand, right? So this is the module name, plotting X and Y coordinates, X-axis label age, Y-axis label income, title for the graph. For example, if you have got 5 days of holidays, assume that you have got 5 days of holidays. You just want to visualize how did you spend your time within this 5 days. Just means everyone, I'm just express, some of you were asking, right, how the sample codings of Python. So it won't be like as complex as other programming, that I want. If you got 5 days of holidays, how you want to visualize, how did you spend your time within this 5 days, right? Okay. Observe this graph, it looks very simple and easy, right? So some import matplotlib.py plot as plt, any name we can give it, alias name. Days, how many days? 5 days. Generally, what activities you do, like playing, working, eating, sleeping, right? So 7 hours for sleeping, 2 hours for eating, 7 hours for working, 8 hours for playing. Day 2, 8, 3, 8, 5. Day 4, day 3, day 4, day 5. PLT dot plot means normal graph. PLT dot stack plot, you will get stack plot, right? Days, this provide as the first argument. This 4 activities, 4 lists as the Y coordinate. Colors equal to this magenta, cyan, red, black, right? So X-axis label days, Y-axis label hours, title, you can give some title, right? So now you can see this, how this graph is generated, right? How simple it is. So this is the graph, right? Yes. Playing 8 hours, 2 hours eating, 7 hours working, and 8 hours playing. Day 2, sleeping increased, eating out, time has increased, working increased, playing decreased. Day 3 decreased, day 4 increased, day 5 again decreased, right? So this is hours, this days, title for the graph, right? You can just observe. In this way, you can work with graph, right? Like stack plot, normal graph. Hope you have understood this with days, number of days, activities, what we perform, and stack plot. Okay, providing all this, right? X-axis label, Y-axis labels, right? Title for this. Okay. Next is like so everyone tomorrow also people can attend the session, right? To see more on this Python, same time with the same link. So tomorrow I'll be discussing some basic technicals of Python, entering into the technicals. Okay, here before I go, you need to know about Python Software Foundation. Python Software Foundation, right? PSF. You need to know something about this PSF. Fine. Options. Python Software Foundation. It is a non-profit organization. It's non-profit organization, right? Devoted towards it is a non-profit organization devoted towards Python community, right? Okay, devoted towards Python community, right? It was launched in the year 2001, almost like 20 years ago it was launched. Okay, the objective of PSF, right? To foster the development of Python. To foster the development of Python, objective to foster. Okay. in the year in the year 2004, right? PSF, Python Software Foundation, received Computer World Horizon Award. For the cutting edge technology. Okay, it's a non-profit organization devoted towards Python community. It was launched in the year 2001 to foster the development of Python. It was the year 2000. PSF received Computer World Horizon Award. The president for this, who is the president for this PSF, Python Software Foundation, is none other than the personality who developed Python, who introduced Python, right? Guido van Rossum. Guido van Rossum is the personality who developed Python, who introduced Python. And this headquarters, where are the headquarters for this? Headquarters Delaware, United States, right? USA. Fine. Official website. www.python.org. Python.org is the official website of Python, from where we can download Python, and you can see the documentation for each and every Python release, right? Yes. Before we go with this Python installation, the other things, right? Just Python version, you need to have something about this Python versions. Python 1.x version, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. First one version in the year 1990, right? Python 2.x version, Python 2.x version, right? 2.x in the year 2000, right? Python 3.x. Python 3.x. It was released in the year 2008. The version that we are using currently is 2000. What is that? 3.x version that released in the year 2008. Almost like 13 to 14 years ago, it was released. The version that we are using, latest version of Python, right? What is the latest version of Python? Latest version, right? Okay. Python 3.10, right? Python 3.10 is the latest version, right? Yes. Stable version, right? Stable version. Python 3.7 is the stable version, right? Okay. Previous stable version means what? Mostly used version. Here I'm writing in a comment. Mostly used version. Okay. Previous stable version. Which is the previous stable version, right? Previously mostly used version. Previous stable version. Previous stable version is what? Python, like Python 2.7. So multiple versions of Python are there. You can install, right? Multiple versions also can be installed, right? Python state. These are what? Python versions. Now just we'll see like the Python installation. I will show you. Just it hardly takes 2 to 3 minutes for installing Python, right? Python installation. In the case of Linux, if you're owning Linux operating system, right, then Python comes as an inbuilt, no need of any separate installation, right? Python installation, right? Okay. So before I go, I'll show you the step-by-step process, right? So first, let me show you from the scratch apps. I'm trying to remove that Python. Python 3.10.2, right? Uninstall, right? 3.10.2, uninstall it. Uninstalling this, right? Yes. So let the uninstallation go. Python is going to provide different softwares for different environments. Okay, uninstallation in progress, right? Python providing different softwares for different environments. For Windows, separate software. For Mac OS, for Linux, Python providing different softwares, right? For Windows, okay, how will you check whether your Python is 32-bit or 64-bit? For Windows, Python provides two softwares, 32-bit and 64-bit. How will you check whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit? Means just to go to your desktop. Yes. Right click your PC, my computer, right? PC, and just say properties here. What you are able to see, 64-bit operating system. 64-bit operating system. You are supposed to download 64-bit operating system. Successful, right? Okay, Sun installation successful. Close. Now open Chrome. So now let us see how to download Python and how to install, right? Which is the official website of Python? Python.org. Python.org, right? Official website of Python, say python.org. Yes. Within the downloads folder, documentation, if you want, you can check this, right? For each and every release, downloads, all releases. Just scroll down, just scroll down, just scroll down, right? Looking for a specific release. Looking for a specific release, right? Yes. All the Python versions from the last 20 years, everything are available here, right? Observe for the last Python 2.0.1, June 22, 2001. But okay, now go up, go up. I want to just download any version you select. 3.10.2 is the latest version, right? Just click it, right? You will get this Python 3.10.2. Come down, come down, come down, come down. You can see these files, right? If you open type Python 10.2.2, Windows installer 64-bit, 32-bit. Which one? If you have got 32-bit, select 32. If you have got 64, that is fine. Yes, your download started, right? 26.9 MB. Install that 64-bit, right? Python 3.10.2. Yeah, download finished, right? So Python, all the 39,000, 39, okay, what is that? 89,300 inbuilt modules are not going to come along with the Python software. Only commonly used modules we are going to get. The other modules which are not part of Python software, we are supposed to download and install explicitly using pip component. Okay. Now let us see how to install this Python. Go to the downloads folder. Otherwise, you can just click this downloaded file. So add Python 3.10 path. Select this one. Add Python 3.10 path, right? Go for customize installation. Go for customize. Yeah. Documentation pip ideally, right? Next. No need of any, say in the previous one, no need of any installation, right? Here also no need of selecting anything, right? So it is installing somewhere in C drive, users, Dell, app data, local programs, Python. Okay, now say just, so here don't install here in within this many subdirectories, right? Remove all this, just install Python 3.10, that's it. Install. One second. One second. One second. This 64-bit, okay. Python 3.10.2, right? Yes. Uninstallation successful, right? Okay. See this Python installer, right? Just say this. add Python 3.10 to path, customize installation. No need to select any of this, say next. So I want to install Python in C drive itself, C drive only. Remove all this path, Python 3.10, just say install, that's it. It hardly takes 1 minute for installing it, right? Fine. Yeah, it's almost done, right? So let us check whether it is properly installed or not. So just let it complete. Setup was successful, close. Okay, now go to this bottom search panel is there, right? Bottom, it's Windows search panel. Just say IDLE. Otherwise just type CMD here at the search panel, type CMD, right? For and say enter, type CMD and press enter. You will go to the command prompt, just type Python here. It should display the Python version that we have installed, and the interpreter should open 3.10.2, right? Interpreter open. You can say any valid Python statements, right? X equal to Ajay, Y equal to Kumar, X plus Y, right? Ajay Kumar, right? Your Python is working. So this is what installation of Python. Later I will show you how to work with IDEs like PyCharm, Jupyter, Spider, Eclipse, how to run this, how to download them, how to install step by step, right? Fine. So any queries as part of today, tomorrow also you can attend the session same time with the same link, right? Yes. Yeah, any queries as part of today's session, anyone, right?
Yeah, do we need to install this one, no? Anaconda?
No, I'll show
Anaconda
you.
software.
I'll show you like how to go with that.
Okay, okay. So also, can you share the recording which was shared yesterday for yesterday's session? So it is asking for the requester access while downloading in the Google Drive.
So here, can you see that? Observe here, there is just a message is kept by that online team, right? You can just demo videos,
Mm-hmm.
demo link, demo videos, course content, everything is kept in that. Can you see just now online team has kept a message, right? To see for even that payment process and procedure, right?
So after payment, we can only download, or before we can download?
Download option. No, download. You cannot download. You can only view that videos, right?
No, I am unable to view it. Asking for the requester access. The one who has sent the videos, so they need to approve from their end.
Okay, okay. Just I'll just intimate them, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So it's a yes, Sheikh. Will the class starts? Okay. No, as these are the demo session, right? So it's like we are waiting for all the students to join, right? But later it will be start sharp at 7 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fine. And so once again, I'm saying, right, the timing for the batch for the next first 1 week like that, it goes like at 7 o'clock. Later it will be at 8 o'clock, right? Yes. Only that. Okay. So that's those who see the payment details, other things, you can just make a copy of it, right? You can see that. No, all the videos will be added in YouTube. No. Fine. No, you can see only the first 2 or 3, right? So everything you'll be getting in your Google Drive link, right? Google Drive link. The link will be provided every day. Every day, one video will be uploaded. So for any concerns, you can also take that contact details set of the online team. For any videos or any other, right? You can just make you a call. Okay, fine. all the videos you can never see in the YouTube, right? Yes. Yes, and after, if you are if you are paying, right, if the payment is done, don't forget to send the screenshot to Durga Soft online training, right? See the last message you can see, right? So like Durga Soft online training at gmail.com. Okay. And what is the validity of the video? Video will be after 6 months. Once the course gets completed, or up to 6 months, you can just access those, right? Yes. So okay. So I'll just, so any other queries, right? So tomorrow also, if people can attend, if you have got any queries, you can ask me up. So if I'm done with the queries, right? If there are no other queries, then I'll sign off for today. Meet you tomorrow at the same time. That is 7 o'clock. You can follow the same link, right? Thank you all for your time. Thank you. So only for actually the why we kept a class tomorrow means, again, the flow is there yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The flow will be missing. That's why we kept. But from the next week, only from Monday to Friday. Okay. Tomorrow also you can attend same time using same link. Yeah. Yeah, good evening all. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether my screen is visible or not, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the last session, just I was just briefing you about Python Software Foundation. It's a non-profit organization devoted towards Python community. It was launched in the year 2001, like 20 years ago, and objective is to foster the development of Python. And in the year 2004, right, compute, that is what PSF received Computer World Horizon Award. It received what? Computer World Horizon Award as the cutting edge technology. And the president is like Guido van Rossum, and headquarters Delaware, United States, right? And official website python.org. Python.org is the official website, right? From where we are going to download this Python and installing that Python, right? Fine. And versions like Python 1.x, Python 2.x, and Python 3.x, right? And latest version like Python 3.10. Stable version is like Python 3.7, mostly used. What is the stable version, right? And the previous stable version is 2.7, right? So yesterday just I showed you how to download and how to install Python, right? Yes. So if anybody wants to use Python in the Linux environment, if you want, by default, you get Python along with this Linux OS, right? But if you want the latest version to be installed within this Linux environment also, like you need to say this command apt-get install, right? Python 3.10. If 3.9 not available, 3.9 you can go, right? Here, if you always you want to just install from the root user in that Linux, right? Sudo, you say apt-get install Python 3.10, right? This is the command, automatically downloads and installs Python. Okay. Python execution modes. Next, I'm going to discuss like Python execution modes, right? Execution modes. Like we say, like two modes of execution. We have got like two modes of execution. First one, like two modes of execution, like interactive mode and batch mode. Interactive mode, and second is like batch mode. Interactive mode means, just I was saying, if you go to this command prompt at the bottom, just type cmd, you can type any valid Python statements. Just say Python and say enter. Python version will be displayed. Interpreter gets open, right? Okay, any valid Python statements you can type here. No need of any. Okay. X equal to 5, x plus 10, x minus 10, x into 10. Any valid statements you can type and you can interact, right? Yes. X to the power of 3, right? 5 to the power of 3. This is the power symbol. Single star multiplication, double star nothing but exponent. That is x to the power of 3. 5 to the power of 3. That is what is that? 125, right? Okay. This is what the user can easily interact statement by statement with this, right? This we call it as interactive mode, right? So if you say quit, if you come out of this, right? Yes. Interactive mode. Here we directly type Python statements. We directly type Python statements within the editors. Sorry. Here we directly type Python statements on the interpreter. And the user can easily interact. Right? With the Python statement by statement. Interact with Python statement by statement. Okay. We directly type Python statements on the interpreter and the user can easily interact with Python statement by statement. Advantage. What is the advantage we see with this interactive mode? What advantage we are going to see from this interactive mode means, if it doesn't know about any particular functionality, right, we can just type here on this interactive mode and test it, right? To test the functionalities of Python, to test the functionalities. To test the functionalities of Python and to learn Python. To test the functionalities of Python and to learn Python. To test the functionalities of Python and to learn Python. As a learner, as a beginner, as a learner, right, this interactive mode works better. It just displays statement by statement, giving the results, right, which you cannot see in other programmings. So here in Python, and batch mode means, so what is the drawback? Interactive mode means we cannot develop applications using interactive mode. We can only develop code using interactive mode, but for developing applications, right, we need to go for batch mode. Okay, here within the batch mode, here we write batch of statements. Here we write say batch of statements within the editors or IDs. Within the editors or IDs. We write batch of statements within the editors or IDs and save it by using .py extension and later submit to Python and later submit. We write batch of statements within the editors or IDs and save it by using a .py extension and later submit to Python and later submitting this to Python, right? Yes. Now, what are the various editors where we are going to write the Python code? What are the various IDs where we write the Python code, right? Various editors like Notepad, Edit Plus, VI, Nano, right? Various editors like Notepad, Edit Plus, VI, and Nano. What are the various IDs where we write the Python code, right? Integrated development environment. What is the full form of IDE? Integrated development environment. What are the various IDEs? What are the various IDs where we write the Python code? Various IDs means like we see like PyCharm is one. PyCharm, PyDev, Komodo, Spider, Eclipse, NetBeans, PyCharm, PyDev, Komodo, Spider, Eclipse, NetBeans, right? Jupyter, Atom, and VS Code. So these are the various IDs. I'm going to show you on all these IDs where we can write this Python code and execute the Python code. Step by step, how to download them, how to install them, and how to run the code, how to write the code, and how to execute the code within this. PyCharm is the mostly used IDE. Among all this, PyCharm is mostly used one, right? Mostly used ID. And this, if you talk like Spider, Eclipse, NetBeans, Jupyter, Atom, VS Code, right? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to work with Anaconda distribution, Anaconda prompt and navigator using Jupyter, all this, right? So just now let me show you like developing Python application, developing the first Python application using a editor, right? Developing the first Python application, right? Using a editor, right? Example editor like Notepad, right? Where we can write the Python code and execute, right? So just open Notepad and type the following code, right? Just open Notepad and type the following code. Open Notepad and type the following code, right? Okay. Up to now we didn't discuss anything about this Python, right? So now just taking two values x as 10, y as 20, I want to perform some kind of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and arithmetic operations, right? X plus y, x minus y, right? I want to just perform some kind of addition, subtractions, multiplication and division, x into y and x by y, right? X into y and x by y. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, right? Open notepad and type the following code: x has 10, y has 20, addition, these things, right? Fine. Okay, I'll just copy this to a separate notepad file. I'll just copy this to a separate notepad file, right? Okay, just say notepad and just paste it in that notepad, right? One second. So okay, x has 10, y has 20, 10x plus y, x minus x into y, x by y, right? Okay, save it. And just if you go to this, right, within the C drive, I created a separate folder for this batch in the previous batch, 7 p.m. batch, Python 7 p.m. batch. Yes, you can just say sample1.py, sample1.py, right? Yes, save it. So I'm writing here save it as sample1.py. Now submitting this file to Python. Now submitting this file to Python as okay. I want to submit this file. Okay, where this file is saved in sample, okay, sample1.py within the 7 p.m. batch folder. It's now go to this command prompt, just type Python, don't say enter, it will go to the interactive mode. Say just to submit your file C drive within that Python 7 p.m. batch. Within the 7 p.m. batch, sample1.py, right? Okay, enter. So 10 plus 20, 10 minus 20, 10 into 20, and 10 by 20, right? Yes. Okay, these things. So submitting the file as yes in this manner. Python C drive. So here the file where it is available, in which directory, and the drive name, the folder name, and the file name. Okay. But here, what is your observation here? But here we are writing the code. We are writing the code at one place and executing at the other place. Right? Yes. But here we are writing the code at one place and executing at the other place. But to write and execute, right, at the same place. Here we are writing the code at one place and executing at the same other place. We are writing that one place and writing the code At one place means within the notepad. And executing at the other place means and executing at the other place. Command prompt, right? Executing at the other place like command prompt. But to write and execute at the same place, we have ideally, we have what? Ideally, which comes along with Python installation, which comes along with Python installation, using which we can work with both, interactive and batch mode, right? So here we are writing the code at one place, at notepad you are writing, at the other place like command prompt you are executing. But to write and execute at the same place, we have IDLE, which comes along with Python installation, using which we can work with both interactive and batch mode, right? Yes. Okay. Now let me show you how to open this IDLE and how to write the code and execute the code at the same place. And this is your code, right? Normal addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Just go to the start programs. Go to the start programs and just check where your Python is installed here. Python 3.10. Just open this IDLE, right? Open this IDLE. Right. Whenever you click this IDLE, Python shell gets opened and you can work with interactive mode here, right? 3 into 7, right? 21. If you want to work in batch mode, file, new file, and just write your code here. Before save it first save it within the C drive. Python 7 p.m. batch, right? Save it as test.py, right? Okay, run module. So 10 plus 20, 10 minus 20, 10 into 20, 10 by 20. So addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, right? Yes. Okay. So understood, right? So just writing here itself and executing at the same place. We are writing the code and executing at the same place. Okay. Fine. Where you can see this IDLE, go where your Python is installed within the start programs. Go to this Python, right? where you can see this Python 3.10. Check this. You will see the first one ideally, right? Click it. Python shell gets open. Say file, new file. Write your code here and run module. You can say to execute, right? Yes. Now next is like entering into the technical side, basics of Python. Okay. Python data types. Python data types and variables, right? Python data types. For example, every organization use case. Every organization use case has got data and operations. Every organization use case has got data and operations, right? Data represented using right, data types or variables. Operations represented using functions. Observe this. Data represented using data types or variables. Operations represented using functions. Okay, just observe this diagram once. If you take the example of any organization, right? If you take the example of a bank, right? Bank consists of what? Customers and employees. Customers and employees, right? Yes. Customers has got data and operations. Data and operations. Data like customer name, Ajay, account number 30987640. Customer, what is it? Customer name, account number, balance 90,000, right? Address, data, the customers data and operations. Data represented by using, so this entire thing, data represented using what? Data types or variables. Operations represented using the functions. Operations like what operations? Deposit operation, withdraw operation, deposit operation, withdraw operation, transfer operation. All these operations represented using what? Functions. Okay. Similarly for employees also we have got like data and operations. Data, operations. Data like employee ID, employee name, employee ID, employee name, salary, designation like manager, right? Employee ID, employee name, salary, designation. Okay. All this data represented using data types or variables. Operations represented, like we have got data and operations. Operations represented, right? Operations represented using operations like calculating the tax, calculating the net salary. So all this by using functions. So data and operations, right? Okay. Data by using data types or variables, operations using functions. Okay, fine. Now observe this. Talk about any programming language, either C or C++ or Java or Python, right? Any programming language, C or C++, Java or Python. They represents data, right? Using data types or variables. Using what? Data types or variables. On that data, you are performing operations. On that data, performing operations using functions, right? Using any programming language, C or C++, Java, they represents data using data types and using data types or variables, operations using functions, right? So data by using data types or variables, operations using functions. Data, okay. Okay. Observe this. If I discuss like C, C++, Java as compared with Python, right? Python supports dynamic data types. Python supports what? Dynamic data types. Dynamic data types, right? Okay. If another programming language, if I want to create one variable like x equal to 10, I want like x equal to 10, right? Fine. Compulsory, and we need to define the data type int x equal to 10. If I want to give like y equal to 4.5 something in decimals, right? And to say like float y equal to 4.5. Z equal to hello, right? String z equal to hello, right? Yes. Int x is 10, float y is that, string z is this, right? Okay. But in the case of Python, no need to define this data types, right? Directly I can say x as 10, y as 4.5, z as hello, right? Z as hello, right? So no need to define this data type. But here in the case of other programming, if we say x, so it's int is x is what type? Integer type. X y is what type of variable means float variable. We have given float. String z is what type of variable means string. So here you are defining that based on the data type defining, you are saying x as integer, y as float, z as string. But here in Python, x is what kind of variable? X is what kind of variable means what value you have assigned to it. If you are assigning integer value, then integer variable created. Integer variable creates. If it is a float value, then float variable creates, right? If it is a string, string value, okay, that's creates, right? So understand. Type of y. What is the type of y? Type of y is what type? Float type. Why it is float? Type of y means float type. Why it is float means you have assigned a float value to it. Type of x. Type of x means what type? Integer type, because you have assigned the integer value, right? Type of z. Type of z is what type? String type. So we have okay. String type, because you are assigning a string value to it, right? Okay. X is 10, y is 4.5, z equal to, right? Type of x is in, type of y is float, type of z is what? String type. So here dynamic data types. There is a function provided by Python, type function, to see the type of y. It's float. Why it is float means float value is assigned, right? Okay, that is what Python. Based on the value assigned, the variables are created dynamically during runtime, right? Fine. So I'm just going to discuss 4 cases here. Just observe these 4 cases and try to respond, right? Defining variables. I'll come back to this data types, but before that, defining variables. Case 1. Whenever you say x equal to 10, whenever you say x equal to 10, right? Internally one object gets created with value 10. Internally an object gets created with value 10, right? X equal to 10, an object gets created with value 10, it is going to have some address. The address is given to x. So whenever you say x equal to 10, right? Whenever you say x equal to 10, internally one object with value 10 gets created. It is going to occupy some address, physical memory location address. That address is given to x. Whenever we say x equal to 10, what x is storing, what x stores, don't say like x stores 10, it stores the address. 3 things you need to understand here. Print x, whenever you say print x, right? Then the print x means it goes to this address and prints the content at that address. Print x means prints the content at that address. Prints the content at that address. What is the content at that address? It is what? 10. Print id of x. What is id of x? Prints the address. Prints what? The address of x. One zero three zero seven zero. What is that? It prints the address of x. Type of x. Type of x means prints the data type of x. Prints the content at that address, that is 10. id of x means prints the address of x, that is 1. Print the data type of x. Type of x means data type of x is what? Integer type. These three things you need to understand: printing the content, printing the address, printing the type. id is one built-in function, type is one built-in function of Python for printing the addresses and data types, right? Understood everyone? Any query in this? What happens internally whenever you are defining some variable in Python? Internally, this object gets created having some address, the address given to x, right? Printing the content, printing the address, and printing the data type. Next, observe this case 2. Everyone try to observe this case 2, right? Case 2 means, for example, try to answer everyone. X equal to 10, y equal to 20. How many objects are going to get created? I want response from you guys. You can just unmute yourself and you can just give the response, or you can give the response through chat panel.
Two objects.
Two objects.
So 2 objects, right? Okay, here. I want the sessions to be interactive from here onwards, and we are entering into the technicals, right? So 103070. Whether your answers are correct or wrong, please try to keep on responding. Okay, here for 20, one more object gets created with value 20. It is going to have some address. The address is given to y. Okay. Print x. Observe this. Print x. What is the x value it is going to print? Try to respond. Print x.
10.
10. Print id of x. Address of x.
103070.
103070. Type of x. Print type.
Integer.
Print y. Next, print y. What is that?
20.
20.
Yeah, print y is 20. Address of y.
04080.
104080.
4080, right? Yes. Print type of y. Type of y, right?
Integer.
Integer.
Type of y is integer, right? Okay. Two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created with two different addresses, right? Yes. Understood? Any query in this, anyone? Right? How to define two variables? How, what happens internally? Yes. I'll be showing you all these 4 cases practically, right? I'll just show all these 4 cases practically. Now observe this case 3 now. Now everyone try to answer for this case 3. Yes. X value is 10. X value is 10. Y is also 10. X and Y, two different variables, X has 10, Y has 10. How many objects gets created here? Yes, everyone?
Two objects.
Two.
Everyone, try to respond.
Two objects.
Observe carefully. Here only
One object.
one object is created. X equal 10, one object created with some address. Before creating the object for Y, it checks any object with value 10 is already available. Any object with value 10 is already available. If available, the same address is given to Y. If any object with value 10 already available, then it won't create one more object. It takes the same address. The same address will be returned to Y also, right? If X is 10, Y is 10, Z also 10, how many objects created?
One.
Only one object. Its address is given to X, its address is given to Y, its address is given to Z. For example, if X value 10, Y is 20, Z is 30, how many objects?
Three.
Three objects.
Three objects.
Yeah, three objects, right? Three objects with three different addresses, right? Now try to here X, Y, and Z. They are sharing
Object three, but address are three.
address is one, variables are three. X, Y, Z. All the three variables X, Y, Z, they are sharing the same address and the content. Print X, observe this, print X, right? Or print Y, print Z, all are going to print the same thing, right? Yes, 10 only. They are going to share the same content and the address. Address of X equal to address of Y equal to address of Z. They are going to be the same, right? 103070, and type also going to be the same. This what a case 3. Understood everyone? If the contents are same, one object. If the contents are different, multiple objects. If the contents are same, only one object. If the contents are different, 10, 20, 30, different objects gets created, right? Yes. Observe this case for everyone, right? X equal to 10 and X equal to 20. How many objects? How many objects?
Two. So two objects.
Two objects gets created, right? For 10, one object, 21 object, right? 10 is going to have some address that is given to X. 20 is also going to one object, right? With some address. The address is given to this, right? Okay. Now if I say print X, what is X value it is going to print, right?
10.
Print X. If I say like print X, it will print what? Yes, everyone try to answer.
10. 10. 10.
What question?
X
Print
is
X.
10, X is 20. Now if I say print X, what is X value it prints?
30.
10.
30.
So 30.
20.
Always. Your salary last year 50,000. Your salary this year 80,000. Print salary, what it prints? Latest value, right? X
20.
equal to 20. The latest value it prints the value.
Okay.
Print ID of X. What is that ID of X?
10407.
10407.
Print type of X. Type of X is what type?
Integer.
Integer.
Integer type, right? Yes. Type of X is integer. Next, for example, what happens to the previous object? What happens to this object 10? Can I print the value of this object 10 or not? Can I print the value of this object 10? What happens to this? Whether is it available, not available? If available, can I print the value of it? Okay, 1 second. So my query was, what happens to the previous object, whether it's available, not available, it gets removed or what? So for to understand that what happens to the previous object, there is a small concept called garbage collector. So it's too early to discuss that concept, but I just give overview of on it. Later we discuss with multiple examples during our concepts, right? To understand what happens to the previous object. For that, I am going to this case 3, garbage collector. Removes garbage collector, removes unused or unreferred objects. Garbage collector removes unused or unreferred objects from the memory. From the memory, right? Yes. Removes unused or unreferred objects from the memory. What do you mean by unused and unreferred objects? Objects. Unused and unreferred means objects whose reference count. Objects whose reference count becomes 0. Objects whose reference count becomes 0. Whose reference count becomes 0, then those objects are immediately removed. Those objects are immediately removed. Objects whose reference count becomes 0, then those objects are immediately removed by the garbage collector. Objects whose reference count becomes 0, then those objects are immediately removed by the garbage collector. Then immediately removed by the garbage collector, right? Now, what you may ask, what is this reference count becoming 0? What is this reference count becoming 0? Reference count becoming 0 means, here I'm writing reference count. What do you mean by reference count? Number of variables. Reference count means number of variables pointing to an object. Pointing number of variables pointing to an object, or Number of variables pointing to an object or number of variables storing address of a object. Here, if you observe this example, right? Here, how many variables are pointing to this object 10? How many variables are pointing to this object 10? Try to answer. X is pointing, Y is pointing, Z is pointing. So what is the reference count here?
3.
So X is pointing to this object, Y is pointing to this, Z is pointing. So what is it? Number of variables pointing to an object. Number of variables pointing to an object will give the reference count. Okay. Our number of variables storing the address of an object. X is storing this object address, Y is storing this object address, Z is also storing this object address. So reference count is 3. Understood, right, everyone? What do you mean by reference count? Yes. Number of variables pointing to an object or number of variables storing address of an object. So now what I will do, reference count is 3. Slowly I'll modify this y value is 10, right? I'll make it to 20. I'll modify the y value to 20. Slowly one object gets created with value 20 with some address, right? This address is given to y. Now y is pointing to the new object 20. Y is not pointing to this object 10. It is not pointing to this object 10. So reference count decreases to what? Yes. What is the reference count now?
2.
Only X and Z are pointing to this object. Y was pointing to a different object now. Now slowly I'll modify the Z value also to 30. Y equal to 20, Z equal to 30 means Z is pointing to the new object. Z is not pointing to this. Z is not pointing to this, right? Z is not pointing to the new object. So reference count decreases to 1. Reference count decreases to 1. So only X is pointing to this object. Y and Z also were pointing to this, but now Y and Z are pointing to different objects. Slowly, I modify this X value also to 50. Now an object 50 gets created with some address. So this address is given to X. Now X is pointing to the new object. X is not pointing to the old object, right? So reference count becomes what? 0. If any object reference count becomes 0, then object immediately removed by the garbage collector. So this object, if RC equal to 0 means unused or unreferred objects. Unused or unreferred objects, we call them as.
Sir, is there is any method to find out the reference code
No.
here?
This happens internally, right? What happens internally, I'm discussing. So whenever any reference count becomes 0, immediately that object gets removed. When the object gets removed means whenever its reference count becomes 0, right? Understood, everyone? Is it clear? What is garbage collector? Later I discuss in brief with multiple examples, right? But later removes unused or unreferred. Now if reference count becoming 0 means unused or unreferred object, then that object immediately removed from the garbage collector. This object immediately removed from the memory by the garbage collector, right? Yes. Now coming back to this, right? X is 10. Forget about X equal 20 for some time. X equal to 10, an object created with some address. What is the reference count of this object?
1.
1. Only X is
1.
pointing, right? Only X is pointing. So its reference count is 1. Now slowly X value is modified to 20. Now X is pointing to the new object. X is not pointing to this. Reference count becomes what? 0.
0.
It is pointing to that new object. It is not pointing to the old. Whenever reference count becomes 0, immediately garbage collector removes this object from the memory, right? Yes. Right. So this is what that object gets removed, right? The object is going to get removed. Yes. Understood it? Any queries here, anyone, as part of today's session? Just I was showing you that execution modes, different modes of executions like interactive mode and batch mode. So one second. Right, Python execution modes, interactive and batch modes, various editors, various IDs, developing first Python application using editor. Later I'll show how to download and how to install and how to run the code on different Python IDs in real time, right? For like PyCharm, Eclipse, Spider, NetBeans, right? These things. VS Code. And later like defining variables, right? For variables. Case one, if you observe, right? Only one value, it's going to have some address, print x id of x type of x. Next, right? X is 10, y is 20. X is 10 and y is 20. Two different variables with two different values, then two different objects with two different addresses. Case 3, if the x is 10, y is 10, z is 10, only one object, right? With only one address. Now observe this last one, right? X is 10, x is 20. The previous one will be removed, only the new one, right? This one, x equal to 20 exists, right? Any queries from your side as part of today's session, right?
Sir, how can I go to the notes?
Notes, okay, we are done with only like only 2 or 3 topics. We still didn't today, only just we're entering into the technicals, right? Next 1 or within 1 or 2 days you'll be getting the notes, right? So once everyone gets enrolled, once everyone got registered, right, within, so Monday also you can attend the session, everyone, say like a free session, right? But from Tuesday onwards the link will be changed. Those only who are enrolled, who got registered, only the link you will be getting, that link remaining. Yes, so you can just go to that registration or enrollment process, right? So Monday also people can attend same time with say using the same link, right? But Tuesday the link will be changed. Yeah. Yes.
How many classes are completed till today? I have joined today only.
3, I think.
Today is the third class, right? Previously 2 classes. So those who have missed the previous classes, you can just go to the videos, right? What is introduction to this Python? Why Python? How we can learn? Like what are the different applications, right?
Can I get that videos now? Or introduction videos?
Okay. So everyone, so 1 second. Just give me a second, right? Yeah, 1 second. So those who didn't get that videos, right? If anyone who are attending today, right, you can just now the count. We have got total the videos every day the video you will be getting, right, to the Google Drive link. So that online team, the contact details will be provided, right? Online team. Somebody said that it was the first day, right? May I know is that?
Yes, myself, Nagavenkar Sai, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I got
So
this link
today
from
my
my
first class.
Okay. So, yes,
So
1 second. Please be in mute, right?
yeah, I need the demo links also.
Okay. fine. Now in the chart panel, you can see that online team contact details will be provided, right? You can just, if you call them, not only now, in the coming days also, you can just make a note of this online team contact details for any link or any video related, any other things, right? You can just contact those people. I'll ask them, yes, you will be getting that by tomorrow morning, right? You will be getting that videos of the previous session also, those who have attended today, right? So everyone, you will be getting the previous today's last 2 days, the videos will be getting. You can just go through. Next class will be on Monday, right? Next class is going to be on Monday, same time, with the same link. You can join to see more on this, right? Python.
We can get that videos by tomorrow, as tomorrow is Sunday.
You're not a problem. Tomorrow they will be forwarding it by tomorrow 12 o'clock. No, by tomorrow o'clock afternoon, you will be getting the videos, right? Not a problem. Yes, can you see this? Yeah, about the payment details, other things, right? You can see not just now that online team has given. Can you see the demo videos also? Demo videos are included in this.
No, we are unable to download. Is a link is there or it's a folder?
Can you see this chart panel? Just now, chart panel. In the chart panel, can you see a message?
Yeah.
In the message, can you see that the links are provided? Demo link, course content link, demo videos, all this, right? You can copy that links, right? In the YouTube, we can see directly. Directly, they have uploaded that in the YouTube, right? The first two, last two videos already you can see in the YouTube. So, and if you can see that, so if you have got any concerns, the contact details are provided, and that YouTube videos links are provided. You can copy that links, right? For viewing the videos, right, of the previous demo sessions, right? Everything, right? And the payment details, everything you can see, right? And after payment, you are supposed to share the screenshot to Durgasoft online training at the Gmail. Then only they can forward you that new link. The Tuesday the link will be changing, right? So from there, so Monday you can go with the same link. Okay, fine. Any other query, right? Anyone can just, okay.
After Monday, we need to enroll.
By Monday, by Monday class you can attend, right? It is same link, same, okay, but Tuesday the link will be changed.
Okay, sir.
So I'm stopping here. If there are no other queries, if I'm done with the queries, right?
Sir, for how many months this course will continue?
So like it will be for 2.5 months, like 80 to 100 hours. 80 to 100 hours the course will end for 2.5 months, right? Yes. Yeah, good evening all. So before I start, and sorry for the delay, I had some problem with the network and the connection, right? So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear or not, right? Before I start?
Yes, sir, clear, sir.
Fine. So everyone try to confirm, the other guys.
Yes, yes.
Hi, sir, your voice is clear.
Fine, okay. So in the last class, just I was discussing how exactly a variable is defined in Python. So I was discussing 4 cases, right? 1 second. Case 1. Try to answer everyone. I want the sessions to be interactive. So whenever you define a variable, right, internally one object gets created with value 10 going to occupy some address. The address is stored by x, given by x. Print x means it goes to this address and prints the content, that is 10. Print id of x means prints the address. Type of x means what value you have assigned to it, what value you have assigned. So it will be like integer type. What value you have assigned to x. If you're assigning integer value, it will be integer type. If you're assigning a float value, float type, right? Case 2. X equal to 10, y equal to 20. Try to answer how many objects gets created internally, right? Two objects, right? For 10, one object gets created. For 20, one object gets created. Two objects with two different values with two different addresses. Two different values, so here x equal to 10, y equal to 20, two different values, two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created with two different addresses, right? Now observe this case 3. Observe this case 3, right? Yes. If x value is 10, y value is 10, right? If x is 10, y is 10, right? Then how many objects gets created internally? Try to answer.
Only one, sir.
Only one object gets created, right? Only one object gets created. It's going to have some address. The address is given to x. Before creating object for y, first it checks any object with value 10 is already available or not. If available, the same address is given to y. X value is 10, y value is 10, z value is 10. Don't think like three objects gets created. Only one object with value 10 gets created. Its address is given to x, y, and z. Now observe this case 4 once. Case 4. For example, case 4. X equal to 10, x equal to 20. X equal to 10 and x equal to 20, right? How many objects? For 10, one object gets, how many objects here? Yes.
True, sir.
For this one object gets created. For x equal to 20, also one object gets created. The address is given to this, right? Yes. So here, whenever I say print x, it always prints the latest value. That is what? 20.
20.
And, yeah, print address of x, the address of 20, right? 4090. So what happens to the previous object? Try to answer. What happens to the previous object of 10?
It becomes 0.
So it is going to get removed by the garbage collector. It is going to get removed. So I'll just show you all these four cases, right? Practically now. So whenever we install Python, right? Whenever we install Python, go to this start programs, Python 3.10. Ideally Python 3.10, right? Yes. File, new file. So if you want to increase or decrease the font, right? Options, configure ideally. So here if you want to increase or decrease the font face. Okay. File, new file, right? So here the comment in Python starts with hash. It's not executable. Just case 1, right? Case 1. Defining a variable, right? X equal to 10. Whenever I'm saying like x equal to 10, right? Print x prints the content. Print x prints the content. ID of x prints the address, right? Print address of x. The address of x means where exactly it is stored. Type of x means the data type of x. Type of x is going to be integer type. Type of x. Type of x is integer, right? Yes. So I created a separate folder in the last class, Python 7 p.m. batch, right? Yes. Python 7 p.m. batch. Here I'm saving it into 1.py, right? run module. Print x means 10. Its address, its type. Type is what type? Integer type, right? Yes. Okay. Case 2, file, new file. Defining two different variables. Defining two different variables with two different values. Two different variables with two different values. Then how many objects gets created? Two different variables with two different values. Then two different objects gets created. Two different objects gets created. Two different objects gets created. Two different objects gets created with two different addresses, right? Defining two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created with two different addresses. X value is 10. X is 10. Y equal to, see that X value is 10, Y value is 20. Now try to say. Print X, it prints the text content. Print address of X, prints the address of X, where exactly it is stored. And type of X means the data type of X. Type of, okay, int2 dot py. Any name dot py extension. Similarly for Y also repeat these three statements. Print X, address of X, type of X. Print Y, address of Y and type of Y. Print Y, address of Y and type of Y, right? Yes. Okay. Can you please answer the address of X and address of Y? Is it going to be the same or different? Address of X and address of Y.
Different.
Different.
Different, right? It should be different because the contents are different, different objects with different addresses, right? Run module, right? Yes. 10, 20. The addresses are like this. Address and this addresses are like this, right? Both are integers. X value is 10, X value is okay, Y is 20, right? Two different values, two different addresses, right? Yes. Observe, I'll just copy this. Okay, case 3. Next is case 3, right? File, new file. Observe this case 3. Defining. Observe, defining two different variables with same values. Two different variables. Two different variables with same values. With same values. Then defining two different variables with same values, then only one object, then only one object gets created. And its address is returned. and its address is returned to both the variables. Defining two different variables with same values, then only one object gets created and its address is returned to both the variables. Two different variables with same values, then only one object gets created and its address is returned to both. If x value 10, y value is 10, right? uh, Now can you please answer the address of x and address of y, is it going to be the same or different?
Same.
Same, right? The
Yes.
same address, because the contents are same, only one object, only one address, right? Observe this, whether it is returning the same address or not. Address and address both are same, right? Same address. Existent wise, okay, fine. So run, okay, run once again, check this, right? So the address is same, right? This 10, its address, this 10 and its address. See, the address of both that x and y are same. The content is same, the address is same, the data types are same, right? Fine. Observe case 4, case 4, right? Case 4, x is 10, y is 10, right? X is 10 and x is 20. Just 1 second, I need to change this. Case 4, defining two variables with same names, right? Defining two variables with same name, with same name but with different values, right? Define two variables with same name but with different values. Then two variables with same name but with different values, then two different objects gets created, gets created. And the previous one gets removed. Two variables with same name but then two different objects gets created and the previous one gets removed, right? And the previous one gets removed. So x is 10, x is 20. Print x. What is the print x value it is going to print? Try to answer. What is x value?
20.
20. It always prints the latest value, right? Address of x, address of 20. Type of x, okay. Data type is integer type, right? Okay. Into 4, right? Into 4 dot py. So it always prints that latest value, right? Its address and it's okay, fine. Now, any queries in these 4 cases? Anyone? I showed you all these 4 cases, right? Any query in these 4 cases? Okay. Now,
Sir,
yeah, go ahead.
sir, have you said that y variable is equal to float?
Yeah, and come back to the float data type, but go back to this case 3, everyone. X equal to 10, y equal to 10.0. Both are same or different? Address of x and address of y, are they same or different? Previously x is 10, y is 10. Address of x and address of y same or different now? 10, 10.
Same.
It is same, right? If I say 10.0 now.
Different.
Yeah, before you answer, right? Everyone try to answer. The type of x and the type of y. What is type of y?
Float.
Float.
Y is float type, right? Type of x is integer type. Two different objects. One integer object created, one float object created. So the addresses are going to be different. 10 and 10.0 are not same, right? 10 and 9.0 are not same, right? Run module. 10 and 10.0 are different. Okay, understood, right? 4 cases. So now coming back to this data types, right? Data types. Data types are categorized into 2. Fundamental data types and collection data types. Observe. Fundamental data types.
Collection data types.
Collection data types. It is. Fundamental data types means object to holding single value. Object holding single value. Example of fundamental data types. Example of fundamental, right? X equal to 10. X equal to 10 means one object gets created. Okay. It is going to have some address. The address is given to X. Here, object to holding single value. What is that? Object to holding single value. X value is 10. Object holding single value. Collection data type. Object holding group of values, right? Object to holding group of values or set of values or batch of values. Object holding group of values, right? Okay. X equal to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, right? So here a object is created, a object is going to get created. It's the object is going to have some values 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. It is going to have some address. The address is given to X. Here object to holding group of values, object to holding group of values. What is that? Object holding group of values. Collection data type, right? Fundamental data type, object holding single value. Collection data type, object holding group of values. What are that various fundamental data types? Mainly 5 types. Fundamental data types are mainly are of 5 types, right? First, integer, float, boolean, string, and complex. Integer means like age 25. Float means something in decimals, like example height 6.2. Bool something which is in the form of
True
zero.
or false?
Boolean values means 0 or 1, like true or false. String means something like a sequence, city equal to Hyderabad, right? Yes. Complex equal to like x plus, okay, something in x plus iy, right? X plus iy means in math, general mathematics, you say x plus iy or a plus ib, right? In Python, instead of I, you use j for imaginary type, right? So I'll be discussing these fundamental data types. But before that, what are the various collections, right? 4 types of collections. Collection data types like list, tuple, set, and dictionary, right? List represented using squared bracket, tuple using like normal braces, set by using curly braces, dictionary by using curly braces, but it should have key and values, right? Key and value format. Okay. For example, list of values, how will you represent? X equal to list of 10, 20, 30, 40. Tuple of values in this way. Z equal to set of W equal to key and value name, Ajay, comma, age 25, right? This is key, this is value, this is key, this is value, right? Key value notations. Key value notations, right? Okay. So this will be discussing in brief list, list properties, list indexing, list slicing, list addresses, list methods, list functions, modifying a list. Okay. So a lot of discussion. Similarly for tuple properties, their indexing, their slicing, their addresses, their methods, their functions. Okay. So in this way, collection types will be discussing like more than a week. So now I'll be discussing about fundamental types. Just now I was discussing about integer 4 cases, right? Integers 4 cases. Now let me discuss about float and boolean types. So float nothing like it's something in decimal, like float data type. X equal to 34.56. So what value you have assigned to x? What value you have assigned to x means you have assigned a float value. So print x, prints the float value. Print type of x. Type of x is what type? Float type. Yeah, as you have assigned a float value, type of x will be float type. Address of x, address where exactly it is stored, right? Okay. Type of X, float type. Okay. Observe this run module. What type? Float type. This is the address. Print X is this. This is what float type. This is the address of X, right? Where exactly it is stored. Okay. Boolean data type. Next is what? Boolean data type, which takes either true or false. Boolean data type. It takes either true or false. It takes either true or false. If I'm assigning an integer, type of X will be integer type. If I'm assigning a float value, type of X will be float type. If I'm assigning a Boolean value, right? If I'm assigning a Boolean value, type of X will be what? Boolean type. Print X, Boolean. Type of X is going to be Boolean type. The address of X, where exactly it is stored? Yes. Run module, right? Yes. Where exactly it is stored? Print X means it prints that Boolean type, and type of X will be print X means Boolean. What type? Boolean type. And this address is what? Okay. Okay, fine. So as you assigned a Boolean value, this type of X is Boolean type, right? Okay. Okay. Next is string type. Next is what? String. 1 second. Now observe this. Now observe this string. Next is what? String type. A string is a sequence collection of it's a sequence collection of characters. A string is a sequence collection of characters, right? Yes. Sequence collection of characters. In Python, a string is represented in Python. A string is represented using single quote, double quote, next is like triple quote. We can use any of this, right? Single, double, or triple quote. But for single line string, you go for single quote or double quote. But multi-line strings, you go for triple quote, right? Okay. For single line, okay. For single line string, you go for single quote or double quote. For multiple lines of string, you go for triple quote. Okay. Each character of a string is represented or accessed by a unique index, is accessed by a unique index. String supports two types of indexes. It supports two types of indexes, right? First one, forward index or positive index. So generally this index starts from left to right, starts from left side to right side. This indexing is going to starts with 0, right? Yes. Forward index or positive index. Second is what? Backward index or negative index. Backward index or negative index. Starts from right to left. Starts with -1. Starts with -1, right? Okay. Okay, starts from left to right. Okay, starts with 0. Okay. So there is a message given by this online team, right? The Durga Soft online team. You can see the course content here. You can see the demo videos in this, right? And the total payment process. And tomorrow that link is going to change, right? You will be getting a new link for only those who got registered and enrolled, right? So you can just go through that message, and you are supposed to send a screenshot to Durgasoft online training @gmail.com. Then only you will be getting the new link, right? Just can you see this? They have forwarded a new message, right? That is that mail ID where you are supposed to send the screenshot. If you are not forwarded the screenshot, you're supposed to fine. Okay. So forward index or positive starts from left to right, starts with 0, right? Backward index or negative index starts from right to left, starts with -1, starts with -1. Okay, just observe this diagram. Let's everyone try to just observe this diagram. X equal to Python. I'm saying X equal to Python. Okay, internally one object gets created for this. Internally one object gets created for this string also is PYTHON, right? It is going to have some address. The address is given to X. Indexing, observe this indexing. Every character within the string is represented or accessed by a unique index. See, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like forward index or positive index. Forward index or positive index, right? Yes. Negative index starts from right to left. -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, right? Okay. This is backward index or negative index, right? Backward index or negative index. Okay, what is the value of x of 2? Try to answer everyone. X of 2 value is what?
T.
T, right? Yes. X of t value is 2. X of -3 value?
H.
X of -3 value is what? H, right? Yes.
H. H.
X of 2 values to x of minus 3 values. Okay, fine. Fine. Now observe, I want to keep all the statements in comment, multi-line comments. Single line comments means hash you can give, they are not executable. Multiple statements, if you want to comment it, you triple quote, end with triple quote. I'll just continue for some more 20 to 30 minutes, right? As we started a little bit late today. Fine for everyone, right? Just observe here, x equal to Python, x equal to Python, right? Okay, print x. Okay, print x means prints Python. Type of x means what type? Print a type of x. Yes, type of x is what type? String type. Type of x is string type. Address of x, where exactly it is stored? Address of x. X means Python. Type of x means string type. Address of x means where exactly it is stored, the address, right? Fine. Len of x means number of characters. Print len of x. Len of x means number of characters, right? Yes. Run module. Print x, type of x, address of x, and len of x. Len of x is 6. Number of characters within the string. Type of x is string type. Print x means this. Type of x string type. Len of x is 6. Y equal to programming. Print x plus y.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes.
So you were mentioning the triple quotes above four
Yeah, triple quote
here.
also can be used.
But your output you didn't get an this thing.
This one you're talking? This
Yes,
entire
sir.
thing.
Yes.
So this is a comment. Single line comment means this one not executable. Multi lines comments means you can keep everything within the triple quote.
Yes, yes, yes. This for this triple quote we are using for only comments.
Triple quote, okay, triple quote. You can just within, you can keep everything within the triple quote, right? It is a
Yes.
comment, but if I am assigning to a variable like y, then it will be a string.
Yes,
but I'm not assigning, right?
Okay. Okay, so I got it.
Fine. So y equal to x plus 5. X plus 5 means concatenation, right? Concatenation nothing but adding two strings. Adding two strings. First string followed by second string. Adding two strings, first string followed by the second string, right? Okay. Adding two strings, x plus y, right? Run module, right? Python programming, right? Python x plus space plus y, right? Run module, right? X plus space plus y. Okay. Now next is like file, new file. string slicing, right? String slicing, extracting particular portion, extracting particular portion of a string, extract of a string, extracting particular portion of a string. X equal to Python program, right? X equal to Python program, right? Extract only Python from this. Try to answer everyone. Extract only Python. Print x of, try to say x of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I should say, 0 to 6, because always upper bound is excluded, always upper bound is excluded, right? Always upper bound is excluded. 0 to 6 means up to 6, up to 0 to 5, 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 0 to 5, right? Run module Python. Okay, so here this is lower bound, this is upper bound. Always upper bound is excluded, 0 to 5 only. You'll get Python, right? Okay. Extract the word program, extract the word middle portion, right? Only these 4 characters I want, PROG, right? Only these 4 characters, PROG, only these 4 characters I want.
Zero.
Now print x of, try to say everyone, try to answer everyone. X of, right? X of, space also takes index.
7:8.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Start from 7. You wanted this 4, right? 7 I want, 8 I want, 9 I want, 10 I want. So 7 to
10.
11, right? 11 excluded, up to 10 it will consider. If you give 10, 10 will be excluded. G, you want to get this G, right? Yes. PROG, right? Yes. Next, what happens if I give like print x of 11 to, try to answer everyone, 11 to 7 in the opposite way. 7 to 11 means, okay, PROG. 11 to 7 means?
Backward.
So 11 to 7. 11 to 7. 11 to 7 means you are going in the backward, right? It returns empty string. Empty string because
We have to keep negative.
always slicing in the
Backward.
slicing in the forward direction. If you go in the backward direction, you will get empty string in this manner. You will get what? Empty string in this manner. PROG, right? Empty string. Empty string you got, right? Empty string. This is what? Empty string. Now try to say extract PROG using negative indexing. Try to say using negative indexing, everyone. Using negative index, right? Print x of, try to say using negative index. Using negative index also you can extract PROG. Using negative index also you should go in the forward direction. If you go in backward, it gives empty string. So -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7. -7 you want, -6 you want, -5 you want, -4 you want. -7 to, yes, what is that? Minus -7 you want, 6, -6, -5,
-3.
-4. -7 to -3. -3 excluded up to -4 it will consider, right? -7, -6, -5, -4, right? Yes. Run module. -7 to -3, right? PROG, right? Yes. So next, like extract entire word program. Extract the entire word program. Yes. Extract the entire word program, right? Yes. You can view your responses through voice or through short panel, right? Print x of start from using positive index. You say 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 7 to 13. If I say m will be excluded. 7 to 14, can I say 14 index not available, excluding 14, right? Program you get. Program, right? 7 to 14. 14 excluded up to 13. Otherwise, another way of doing is print x of 7 to the remaining everything excluded, right? 7 to remaining means 7 to up to the end of the string it reads. 7 to end of the string it reads, right? Seven to end of the string. 7 to 14, right? Extract program using negative index. Try to say anyone using negative index x of
-7 to 0.
-7 to don't use the upper. -1 means m will be excluded again. -7 to leave this upper bound. So the remaining everything it is going to read, right? It results the same output for these three, right? Yes. Program, right? Yes. Extract. Okay. For example, what if I ignore this lower bound? X of lower bound is ignored. 6 I have given. What is the output to get? Is it valid? If lower bound is ignored. Lower bound is ignored means, for example, it will read from the start of the string to 6 excluded up to 5, right? Python, it will take up to this Python, right? 6 excluded up to 5, it will consider 0 to 5. Okay. What if I ignore both lower and upper? X of lower bound is ignored, upper bound also ignored, right? What is the output I get? Run module. Entire string, right? If you're not giving this lower bound means reads from the starting. If you're not giving the upper bound, reads up to the end of the string. Similar to print x, right? Prints the entire string, prints x of 0 to remaining elements, right? X of 0 to remaining. Run module, right? Yes. Understood right, everyone? The slicing, yes. Extracting particular portion of a string using negative index and positive index. Yes. Next, like I'll take some 15 minutes more. Like string methods. We have got like string methods, right? Yes. So 1 second. We have got string methods. First one, upper. To print in uppercase, right? To print in uppercase. X equal to Hyderabad, right? Print X dot upper. Prints total Hyderabad in uppercase, right? X and lower. To print in lower case, right? To print in uppercase, to print in lower case. X equal to Mumbai. Print X dot lower, printing that Mumbai in lower case. X dot lower, right? Observe this output once. Observe. Hyderabad. If I want to print in upper, X dot upper, you will get Hyderabad in uppercase, right? In this way. X dot lower means Mumbai was in uppercase, converting to lowercase. Mumbai. Mumbai in lowercase, right? Yes. Next, X equal to India. X equal to India, right? I want only the first character I in the uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases, right? Print X dot only the first character I in the uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases. X dot capitalize. X dot capitalize, right? Okay. Observe this. Only the first character I in the uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases. Only I in the uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases. What is that? Capitalize. For capitalizing portion of a string. For capitalizing the portion of a string, right? Yes. Only the first character I in the uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases, right? Yes. Observe this output once again. India, INDIA. For example, I got a string like this. Next, observe this fourth one. X equal to good evening, Hyderabad. How many words are there in this? How many words you have got in this? 3 words, right?
Three words.
Each and every word, first character I want in uppercase. Each and every word, first character in the uppercase means G in uppercase I want. In this evening, E in uppercase, Hyderabad, H in uppercase. For that, what can I do? Title. There is a method called title. That's it. Now go and check. Run. Good evening, Hyderabad, right? Yes. G in uppercase, evening, E in uppercase, Hyderabad. So here title, there is a method called title. for capitalizing each character, for capitalizing the first character of each word for capitalizing the first character of each word in a file. Title, right? Run module. Next, for example, if I'm taking some one more example, right? EMPS, employee names are like this. EMPS, employee names are like this. James, Ajay, Rohit, Miller, Blake. So in this way, I want each and every employee name first character in the uppercase. Each and every employee first title. That's it. You can see each and every employee first character in the uppercase, right? Run module. James, sorry. Title, this bracket should be there, right? Yes. Run module. Ajay, A in uppercase. James in uppercase. Ajay, Rohit, Miller, Black. Next, we have got a method called swap. We don't need to write codings here in Python. We have got many methods available. Swap case for converting one case to another case. For converting one case to another case. For example, x equal to. For example, I got a good evening, Hyderabad. If it is in lowercase, converts to uppercase. If it is in uppercase, converts to lowercase. Swaps the case, right? X dot swap case, right? So it is in lower, it converts to upper, right? Yes. Run module. Good evening, Hyderabad. Good evening, Hyderabad, right? Okay. Next, there is a method called like replace for replacing a portion of a string. For replacing a portion of a string, right? Yes. X equal to, I'm saying like Java is easy. Print x dot replace, right? I want to replace x dot replace what you want to replace. Java with Python, right? Java with Python. Now, yes. What is the output you get for this? Try to answer. Yes. What is the output you get for this?
Python is easy.
Python is easy, right? You will get only Python is easy, right? Okay. For example, like Java is easy and Java is simple. And Java is simple, right? Yes. So what will it replace each and every occurrence of Java with Python, or only the first occurrence of Java with Python?
Replace
Every Java.
Each and every occurrence of Java with Python, right? So Python is easy, Python is simple, you will get, right? There is a query asked, right? Why? One second. Query asked by Harsha Reddy, right? So what is the method to convert only capital D in India? So in D, only this D you want in uppercase, remaining all in the lower cases, right? You are asking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Only that D should be in uppercase. Can anyone say how can we do that? How can we do that? No. Yes, just what somebody said, right? So here, can I say like print x dot replace, can I say small d with capital D? And specific run module. What is the output? In only D in uppercase, right? Remaining all in the lower case. Okay. Java is okay. Next is we have got count. To count the number of occurrences of each substring or a character, right? Yes. To count the number of occurrences of each substring or a character. For example, I'm taking a string like this. Hello, hello, hello. Print x dot count of hello, HELLO. Count of hello is what? Can anyone say what is the count of hello? Right, 3. Count of h, a single character. X dot count of h. Count of h. Count of hello is what? 3. Count of h is what? 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Run module. Next, we have got methods like this in the same manner. Strip method for removing blank spaces. The blank spaces before and after the string, right? Before and after the string. For example, x equal to good evening. You got some blank spaces before and after the string, right? Print x comma len of x. X comma len of x. Len of x means including the blank spaces. So I want to remove the blank spaces. X dot strip. That's it. It removes the blank spaces, store the result in y and print y, right? And length of y. So that's it was string with 40, right? Now the 40 removes the blank spaces before and after the string. Now it is length is only 21. After removing the blank spaces means nearly 19 blank spaces got removed. So the length is what? 21, right? Removes the blank spaces before and after only, not in the middle of the string. Here, good evening, Hyderabad is there. Between this, in the middle, it won't remove the blank spaces, only before and the end of the string, right? Yes. Okay. Strip method, right? And next, like we have got a method, right? Find.